Hi, welcome in. How we doing? Kels, Digi, Cat. Cat, it's been ages. Hi, how you doing? Right, let's see if this button's worked. Phase shift the tavern into the pit for the rest of the night. Oh, good lord. Well, I look up, I suppose. I suppose that is how that would work. I look up to see the pit slowly descending through the ceiling. You're okay? I stream late for you? Yeah, no, I assumed as much. Speaking of, I do have something that I want to talk to everybody about. Oh, welcome, Giro. Welcome to... Welcome to the pit. It's good to have company. Hi, Kitty. How you doing? Welcome in. Surely on the 19th. Oh, no. It is. It's just your face shifting a tavern. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it's starting. Hi. How you doing? Welcome in. I have things that I want to discuss with everyone. Roll into the tavern and trip, spilling everyone's drink as you fall into the pit. All the drinks land on your head. Oh, no. Yeah, well, you and me both, bud. Good day after all. Yeah. 18's not bad. 18's not bad at all. Happily taking 18. Is 14 in the pit? It's complicated. The answer is usually no. Usually it's a 5 and below. But Digi has quite successfully sunk the tavern into the pit for tonight. So, what to do? Not your customary pit jump. No, not nearly as clean as the usual. But two things. First thing, I'm actually considering making my Tuesdays and Thursdays a little bit earlier. So I started on time today at 3:30 my time. But I'm considering creating a little bit more time in my evenings on a Tuesday and a Thursday. So I'm considering shifting forward by an hour. Yeah. So instead of starting at a 3:30, I'll start at a 2:30 potentially. And then once I shift to 6-hour streams for every stream, that'll go to 1:30. So it'll be a 1:30 start on Tuesdays and Thursdays if things play out the way that I want to give it a go. Beware that you tripped and fell into the pit. You walked in the doors and suddenly... I didn't fall into the pit this one. Oh, we're all in the pit. It's a simple spell, but quite unbreakable. No, it'll take me between streams to send us back up to the surface with the Bone Collector's help, I think. Hi, Pumpkin. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm sorry. I was trying to do, because I knew that I wasn't going to be able to stay for long. So I wanted to be very sneaky and just sort of lurk for a bit. But I did see the check-in. I was like, oh, well, she's distracted. She's doing other stuff. I could probably get away with it. I didn't get away with it. I didn't get away with it at all. All in the pit, seemingly for the evening, yeah. You walk out the door expecting to see the wonderful scenery with a cozy cup of honey mead. Just to be surprised by a dark, musky, cave-like environment. I mean, hey, you and I both. Dearie dear. But yeah, the first thing that I wanted to about was moving Tuesdays and Thursdays earlier. So instead of starting at this time slot, I would start an hour earlier than now. Eventually 2 hours earlier than now. That's the gradual shift that I want to work towards. That was the first thing. And then the second thing is, for those who didn't see it in the Discord, I've received all 3 copies of my test prints. I've taken photos of all 3 in natural light. So if you want to see them under, shall we say, optimal environment, you can see those in announcements. But I do have them right here, and I wanted to show everyone and see what you think. Hi, Miz. Hey. Not the highlighted Z. How you doing, bud? This, again, not great, not optimal. But here we go. These are the 2. I'll show off the 2 that I showed last time. Stream time? Yeah, do what you gotta do. This is the matte. This is the matte print. As you can see, maybe if I move my microphone here, as you can see, doesn't really reflect light. Super flat, but like in a good way, in the sense that if you have light next to it, it's not going to become just glare. I will say the downside of the matte is that it loses a little bit of the sharpness of the gloss that you'll see in a second. I'll show you the gloss now. So that was the matte. Here's the gloss. As you can see with the gloss, like way darker darks, way lighter lights, and it's super sharp as well. The downside though is that it's quite desaturated, but I do have a healthy in between. You like? Thank you. So yes, that's the gloss. That was the matte. That was the gloss. Those were the two that I showed last time. This is the third one that I just received today. This is known as the art print. The paper's a little bit thicker. It's again like a matte finish, but you've got those darker darks similar to the gloss. Let's do it like this. You've got the darker darks like the gloss. It's the most vibrant of the three by far. But it's not quite as sharp as the gloss. Like this one, very good. Yeah, I thought so. That was my vote. That was my vote in the tavern. Is I like the new one that's come in, the art print. I really like how accurate the color is. But I did want to run it past everyone just to see what everybody thought, because maybe some people like the glossiness of the gloss, and even though the art print is really good with the color, it doesn't have that reflectivity, you know, that sort of photograph paper sort of finish. Definitely the best one, I reckon. But yeah, I've got in the Discord, in announcements, I've got like the numbers 1, 2, and 3. If you want to go through, look at the photos, you'll be able to see the finishes a little bit better in the photos. Compare 1 to 2 to 3, and then let me know which of the 3 that you like the most. Would have been very happy with the matte until I showed how much was missed from the details of the gloss. Yep. Can't do glossy, that's fair. That's fair. In which case, then the art print is the happy medium, right? Glossy one has appeal, but you like the colors to look like the colors? Yeah. Yep. Fair. There is an alternative that I could float, if people really do like the gloss, is that I could bump up the vibrancy of the initial image that I send in, and then hopefully, even though the gloss does desaturate in the process, the extra vibrancy that I've bumped it up to will sort of equalize that. So there are ways that we can make it work. Hi Billy, how you doing, bud? But yeah, I'm super excited. I've had it laid out on my couch all day, and then as I've walked past doing chores around the house, like getting jobs done, commission work done, whatever, I've been having little glances at it like, ooh. It's conceited, incredibly so, but I don't know, it's kind of cool to see my work printed out like that, you know? Way better. The art print one. Also, Billy, I've been trying out the button to reset the banners, and so far with a bit of experimentation, it seems if I press it too early after ads have just finished, it doesn't work. But if I press it just before I go to main, hasn't been a problem, but we'll see. I'll test it again tomorrow. You're feeling way better? Yeah, good. No, good. Sorry. Yeah, good. Was not good this morning. Hopefully it's cleared a bit. Is it sinus stuff? You said queasiness, right? What canvas size and DPI do I usually work with? So these have been done in, I believe, like HD dimensions, so 1920 by 1080 with a DPI of 300. I now use 4K dimensions, so 3840 by 2160 with a 300 DPI. So my later pieces are even crispier. But yeah, so those first three, like the Minotaur, the Wave, and the Forest, those are all going to be 1920 by 1080. But in terms of what the prints will be by default, it'll be A2 sizing. Always so fun to see digital work printed or made into physical thing. It's like, oh, my artists are now yeah, exactly, right? It goes from just, this is a thing that I've worked on to, oh, it's a thing that I can interact with actively. I believe one of the last times you were here mentioned that you were going to do your first Ren Fair. Now you've been to 2. And you have another next month. Well, that's accelerated. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I still haven't been to my first. I'm so sad. I've planned on going to 2 to a point where I got tickets for the second one, but I had to cancel my my attendance because I had a wedding. Yesterday was nausea after lunch most of the night, and then this morning was less of that. You had that gross sick feeling though through your throat. Being out in fresh air helped a lot today. Yeah, good. If internet is still good for tonight, not too late. No. I've started on time, so I'll be finishing around 8:30. It's a thing I worked on. It's a thing. Yeah, exactly. It's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing that it's real. It's real. I could smell it. I can touch it. I can eat it. Meant more because you love how much detail I get into my work. Of course, still new to digital work, so you don't know what is suggested. Well, it just depends on what sort of scale you're working on. If you're intending to have them be like a full screen thing, like a lot of my works, I intend to advertise as like desktop backgrounds potentially, if you want to commission me for a desktop background. Hence why I try to work to 4K. That way, people working on 4K monitors will get like full resolution pretty pictures. And I have produced a couple of desktop backgrounds for people, but I haven't really pushed for it yet, you know. Would love to get that quality of Chris, but Procreate has a problem with exporting. What do you mean? I will admit, cringe isn't the right word. I freeze up for a second whenever you do link the shop, Billy, because I know how outdated it is. It's still my commission prices, like don't get me wrong, but I'm planning on parting ways with Etsy. So it feels weird. But I mean, what else am I going to do in the meantime, you know, until I actually make the switch? Printed some stuff at Walmart. The colors came out kind of off. It was still very cool. Especially for only a few dollars, yeah. Well, that tends to be what happens, right? Is that through the printing process, depending on who you use, you come to a realization as to how your work looks when it's printed. Like I anticipate that with all of my pieces, I'm going to have to bump up the vibrancy at least a little bit. Even if we go with the art print paper, even the art print has lost a little bit of vibrancy. So I'll have to bump up the vibrancy of all my pieces before I send them in. Don't get distracted by the bone collector itself. I need to focus on the pile. Need to focus on the pile. But yeah, that was mostly it. Or, in other news, I said last time that Winnie the Pooh and Beowulf are tied for which book that I was going to read on stream. But now it's Frankenstein has Frankenstein has leapt to the lead. Still in line with Beowulf though. Like Beowulf and Frankenstein are tied for first, but it's a close race. If people haven't voted on that poll yet, I highly recommend. It's in general chatter. It's one of the pinned messages up the top. Yeah, Ned's good. Hey, let's go lock it in. Procreate sometimes has problems with exporting the colors, right? To get the crisp, you'd have a very limited layers and would not be able to upload anywhere. File size limits. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's a good point actually, because as I said, that piece is an HD sizing. I'm not sure if Gelato does 4K. Find out soon, I guess. This can be a little set of cupboards here. How you doing, Digi? By the way, I didn't ask before. I hope you're doing well, bud. Have you gotten started into things, or are you still in talks? You don't have to share anything. You do not have to share anything if you're not comfortable. On stream, you can message me later if you'd like. In Pokemon, I've gotten up to I'm playing Pokemon Champions at the moment. I'm having a good time. I'm in Master Ball League at this point, so the final frontier is Champion rank, which is the top 300 players in the world, which it's just never going to happen. But a little Tavern keep can dream, you know? So that's kind of where I'm up to now, is seeing if I can push to that top 300. And I'm on a 9-win streak at the moment, and win streaks actually give you quite a bit of ranking progress. So I'm heckin' terrified. I was at a 7-win streak, and I went, oh, all right, one more, and we see. Like, if I lose, cool, I can play without reservation. But you know, if I keep winning, we'll see what happens at that point. And then I kept winning, so I went to 8. Heck. And I'm now at 9. It's so cursed to hit 10-win streak. I've got no idea what to do. Have I put it on phone yet? Just Switch still? I don't think I'll put it on my phone. Just because I think it would tank my productivity, honestly. Like, all of my free time would vanish and it would just become Pokemon Champions all the time. Because at least with it being on the Switch, it requires me to go and play on hardware as opposed to just the thing that's in my pocket at all times. What team am I using? I'm using a balance team. So this is essentially a team that can it's a team that's quite good at adapting. So I can either use Tailwind and double my speed, or I can use Trick Room to reverse the speed order. I've got like a little bit of control-y stuff. I don't have any fake out users, which is weird that it's working, but fake out doesn't seem to be very, very good at the moment anyway. Yeah, the full roster. I've got an image here. You know what? I can just pull up the image. I don't need to explain nothing. Where is it? Here it is. This is my team. I'm running Mega Metagross, Talonflame, Garchomp, Sinistcha, Tyranitar, and Primarina. Basic concept is Talonflame is my speed control. So either I'm setting Tailwind with it and doubling my team's speed, or I'm using Quick Guard to stop fake outs from interrupting me. And then one of my other things sweeps. So either Metagross sweeps or Garchomp sweeps or Tyranitar sweeps or Primarina sweeps, whatever it happens to be. Primarina's super slow, so functions quite well in Trick Room. But I do have Sinister present as like a redirector with Rage Powder so that things hit it instead of Primarina. That way I can whack things on the hit back. And it's been quite good. I mean, the win streak is a testament to it, you know. One of the free ones. Yeah, yep. Pokemon Champions is free, completely free at the moment. You can pay for things, but it's one of the most free-friendly games that I think I've ever played. I paid for a little bit of stuff initially just because I wanted to support the product, but I haven't needed to spend anything ever since. Bit random, but this keyboard shop recently launched their Junji Ito collab. Ooh, consists of keycaps, desk mats, and wrist rests. You want it so bad, but you don't know if you can justify it now since you're still using a membrane keyboard. Can't actually switch out the keycaps. Ooh. How freaky is it? Like, how freaky are we talking? Is it like every single keycap is like an eyeball? Starting, but really struggling to hit the bar that has been set. Working on it right now. Okay. Feel free to reach out to me if I probably can't help outright, but if you just need another set of eyes on something. Can I Trick Room if they use Tailwind to go against their strat? Yeah. Yep. That's part of it. If I look at their team and their entire win con is stop whatever I'm doing and set up Trick Room, then I can run Talonflame with Quick Guard to stop any fake out users, and then Sinister with Trick Room. So, boop. And then the way that Talonflame works is if it's got full HP, it can use most of its moves with priority. So even in Trick Room, it can use Aerial Ace to like deal a whole bunch of damages. It's a whole thing. I won't go into detail. Realizing that I started yapping about detail stuff. Waiting for a Pokemon game that will probably never exist. In what way? Like harkening back to 2D or more like a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Nerd. No, you're good. I need to be careful of going too into the deep end because if I start deep diving into something that nobody has any idea about, it becomes... It's not polite. It's not polite. I would enjoy hanging out with Mahali, but he keeps rambling like a maniac about something I've got no idea what he's talking about. Speaking of things that people are not familiar with, it's pretty locked in at this point, so I can talk about it. On Saturday, I will be playing the game Mecha Chameleon with a few other streamers. I've got absolutely no idea what to expect. It could go awfully. It could go absolutely awfully. I've got no idea, but we'll see. Only one way to find out, right? So there are 3 sets based on 3 different Junji Ito stories. Soichi, Tomi, and Slug Girl. It's not that freaky, but you think they're very tastefully and artistically done. Hey, cool. Do you plan on changing the keyboard though? Maybe get it next month. Can share the link to it here or in DMs if I want to see. Yeah, chuck me a if you still have access to the main Discord, general chatter works, or as you say, like a DM works too. Hi Easel, how you doing? No, what's nuts is that there are 2 of you working on this, and the other guy is also named Noah. He's a superior Noah. Noah Prime. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Just random allocation. That's kind of cool. Fate has spoken. Mecha Chameleon looks so fun. I've seen little clips of it, but I haven't played it myself yet. I'll have a couple of friendly faces with me that I'll be playing with, but otherwise I'm throwing myself in the deep end. It's been a bit. How am I doing? Yeah, good. I'm doing good. Can't complain. Oh. I have news. My test prints came in. I won't show all of them again. But they look pretty cool. I need to bump up the vibrancy on the next print that I do. But otherwise, I'm super chuffed with how they turned out. Is that number 2? Yes, that's number 2. Those are fantastic. Thank you. There are better photos. There are better photos on the Discord in announcements. I actually went through and took photos of all 3, but should hang it behind me on the bookshelf. Really supportive though, in helping you try to match his work. That's an interesting challenge actually that I hadn't considered, is the process of needing to... Sorry, wheeling my chair in on carpet is a struggle. Yeah, needing to match another artist's art style. That'd be an interesting challenge. But yeah, no, I'm really happy with how the prints turned out. As I said, I'll be bumping up the vibrancy for the next round, but yeah, no, overperformed my expectations. You want to start this by saying you're mainly a show enjoyer of the Pokemon franchise. Want a game that has the basic setup of a trainer and their Pokemon, but you want to be able to choose the career. So things like Pokemon Performer or something with fashion, or even Pokemon Groomer. Just life with Pokemon as pets / care sim. I mean, you say it'll probably never happen, but didn't they just come out with Copia? Which is way off the deep end, right? What are these for, and how might you procure one if they were able to be procured? Slams wallet on the tavern bar. Well, that's what they're for, is... I used to have my prints available for purchase, but one, they weren't set up very well. So even if people had bought them, it probably wouldn't have worked the way that I needed them to. And then 2, because of the newly introduced issues with global shipping, it made things way more complicated on my end. So I pulled my my prints, and then have been sort of in limbo for the past 2 years, where I haven't really been doing anything with them. But I've recently tried a distribution site called Gelato, which takes your artwork and then applies it to products. And I'm actually really happy with, because that one's called the art. Let me double check the name. That one's called the Fine Art print. It's on like a good quality stock paper. What they essentially do is they establish business relationships with printing companies all around the world, and then they produce local to whoever's bought the print and then distribute to you locally, as opposed to printing in Australia and then needing to ship to Jamaica, the UK, Japan, like wherever it happens to be. It's not, yeah. It's super convenient, so I'm giving this process a go. Fingers crossed. You checked it in general chat. Mecha Chameleon looks really fun from what you've seen. Have it installed, but you're waiting for your sister to come back from her holiday before you play. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I need to get a little bit of practice in before Saturday, but I'm very quickly running out of time. Ugh. Pokopia fits the genre. You'd love to play it. You don't like the Switch 2, just overall. The only way that you'll ever own one is either a gift, or if you come into a boatload of money. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. But that's kind of what I'm, regardless of the affordability of the product, more so speaking to where you were saying that that kind of product would never exist. I feel as though Nintendo is open to the idea of eventually going into sort of those slice of life simulator sort of games, similar to Tomodachi Life and stuff, but with Pokemon. That's really cool. Yeah, it's the plan. This is the first step, is to receive a bunch of test prints of some of the different offerings of paper, decide on which one works for me best, and then picking it, setting up an online store, and then distributing to people who want it. That makes sense. You'll be on the lookout for these. Need something for your new office walls. Want to be a patchwork of all your favorite artists? Thank you. even if I'm not chosen for this wall covering project, that sounds sick. It would actually be really, really motivating, I feel, to be surrounded with artwork. Creative engine cranked up to 11. That's yeah, but I don't want to assume. Assuming makes if I assume, it makes an ass out of you and me. This is cornerstone of ethics. You'd love to have something like that. It'd be heckin' cool, right? That would go amazing with a cottagecore style home. That's my vibe. That's my vibe. It's why I've picked up like little faux plants and stuff recently, because it's just so heckin' cool. But yes, for those not to take this moment to like shill, but kind of, for those who are interested in staying up to date with what happens with that, in the Discord, there's a role that you can add to yourself, called the patron role. It's in the alerts and classes channel up the very top. It's literally called Mahali's Mahali's art shop updates, like that one. It'll be the last that I mention it, but if you did want to receive updates on how it's going, that's how to stay in the loop. And you can tell all the students that you meet with about super cool artist friends that you made on Twitch. And here they are now. Very Goblin Cottagecore vibes. Compliment? Yeah. No. I will happily take that compliment. I'm in talks at the moment with a friend of mine about joining in a new D&D campaign, and my immediate first comment about what I'd want to play for the upcoming game is I want to play a goblin-y character. It doesn't need to necessarily be a goblin, but I'm going to be a goblin-like character. I wish to have that energy. It's yours too. It's why your Twitch is all cottagecore style. Oh, dearie dear. You into cottagecore? No. The way you slam that button on Discord so fast. I promise, as soon as it's set up properly, you guys will be the first to know. I'll ping that roll so that you know that everything's up and going. Twitch is all space. You mean you love space, but as a person you prefer warmer colors and vibes? Well, that's the problem, right? Space tends to be quite cold. I mean, not always. Like sometimes you get a Star Wars and a Tatooine, which is a bit on the warmer side of things. But yeah, I get what you mean. If Pinterest would give you away so fast, my Pinterest is quite eclectic, actually. I have to admit, because I use Pinterest for like sketching warm-ups and stuff. Pile colors, yep, that works. So whenever I'm drawing owls or lions or mermaids or I swear it's different things. I swear it's different things. I just listed a bunch of fantasy things. I swear it's not. Small creatures are the best to play in D&D, not gonna lie. Your favorite character was a gnome. Well, here's the thing. At the moment, the character that I'm... No. What? Maybe, actually. I might have feet on my Pinterest board. I know I've got hands. I've got a bunch of anatomy. Maybe feet. Potentially. A lot of mugshots of different people's faces. Pinterest is good for building up a little gallery of things that you want to draw. Use Pinterest since you were like 10. Have several abandoned boards. Yeah. I keep getting yelled at by Pinterest because it keeps telling me not to search things and just let the algorithm take control. But I don't know. I need different things to draw, you know? Feet for study. Yeah. Sorry, that needs to sound more defensive. Yeah, I swear. I swear it's only for studies. But here's the thing. With the character that I'm umming and eyeing about at the moment for the new campaign, I don't even need it to be a small character. I just need that. I need the energy of a small character, I guess. So I'm currently considering it's been over a year. That's correct. 16 months? Hope I know how special of a person... Stop. Creating a space where everyone feels welcome and accepted for who they are is awesome. Art is amazing and something to always be treasured. Never ever stop creating and never forget how lucky the world is to have you. Thank you. Easel, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to do with myself when... Just be grateful. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Gonna go right in his head. That's the thing, right? My ego is going to explode. 11,912 is currently the amount of pins that you have. Good lord. Compliments are weird. That's the thing, right? Is I like my immediate knee-jerk reaction is to downplay them as much as possible. But I mean, it's rude to the other person. But I can't exactly say them. I can't exactly be like, oh yeah, you are correct about all the, you know, like I appreciate it. Drawing board is the biggest, has several subfolders. Mine hasn't gotten to that point yet because I tend to just create more and more little boards for each project. So each time I start a new thing, each time I start a new thing, I create a new board for it. Mahali, artist, icon, tyrant. Is that, that reminds me of the start of Iron Man 1. You know, when he's receiving that award or whatever, and it's got the revolutionary, engineer, and it shows like all the magazine covers and stuff. Is it just me floating and spinning in three-dimensional space or something? You love giving them to all your friends in spades. I mean, hey, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm the same. I can dish it, but I can't take it. So, what can you do? Learn to adapt. Hi, Shika. How you doing? Welcome in. Need to study shoes. Pretty good at clothes, but shoes or feet, not so much. The big revolutionary thing for me with feet was whatever. I'm not thinking about it. Was the upper arch. So instead of it being here's the end of the ankle and then foot happens. And oh, wonderful foot. Oh, glorious. No. Incorrect. Bad. You've ruined everything. Me. Instead, creating a little bit of an arch at the back. And then a foot actually looks like this. You've got the arch connecting the shin to the foot proper, right? Just that shape by itself helps immensely, because then you can build up shoes from there, you know? Footnotes. Yeah, I mean, so like a conventional shoe, I might go, okay, we'll add a heel. And then we add the undershoe arch like that. Oh, there we go. We've got a boot. we've got a little boot, and then maybe, you know, have it come up here, whatever. All of a sudden, it looks more like a foot than the thing before, right? Instead of an L block from Tetris. Hi, Slink. How you doing? Welcome to the pit. The entire tavern's in the pit tonight, Slink, so you're in good company. It's my evolution. Wait. Okay, so it's artist, then icon, then yeah, no, that yeah, fair. That follows. That tracks. If you have one bound dedicated to an OC story, but even that has subfolders for each character, I mean, it makes sense. I would actually recommend a program to you, Kat, if you're down for it. There's a program called Obsidian. It's less visual, more organization based, but you can plonk images into it. So what you can do is you can set up categories, subcategories, and connect things in a way that makes it more traversable. So you can set up a table of contents, then have major headings, and then when you click into those major headings, then you have subheadings, and it allows you to kind of zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, like macro, micro. It's very good. Highly recommend. Converse from front view are your enemies. Oh, front view is also tough, but still doable. As soon as you understand that that's how the foot looks, you just apply that to the front view, right? So you have the leg here, like, oh, lovely leg, like that. And then you just have the arch, right? Is the shoe. And then you can have like little bits of ankle in there as well if you want. If you're particularly scandalous, you can show a bit of ankle, you know? Icon and then iconoclast. Terrific and then tyrannical. Try to post a link in the Discord. Ping me on Discord, and I'll respond with Obsidian a little bit later. Gonna roll to see what type of bone you pull from the bag of holding. Decide what kind of bone and the animal it came from, depending on the roll. Is that okay? Yeah, we can go with that. On a 13, I would say we have to make note of the unlucky number, right? Unlucky 13. So I'm going to say that you pull a wishbone from a large cassowary style of bird from this bag of bones, but you have gotten the losing half of the wishbone. The slope is much more severe on the inside of the foot. Yeah. In terms of the arch, it's like big arch on one side, basically no arch on the other side. Nope, wrong layer. There we go. My goal for stream today will be to get as far through rendering this pile of things as I possibly can get. How to make your bed official 2026 guide. Step 1, lay on bed. Step 2, fold the mattress twice. Step 3, lift bed and then get up. Step 4, sit on the bed and take out the blankets from the side pocket. Step 5, enter your bedroom. Step 6, repeat steps 1 through 3 until complete. Hi Ben Chilling, how you doing? Thank you for gifting us with such a thorough walkthrough. I've been a little bit confused on the process for a while now. This has been enlightening. I honest to God, I swear, I'm not just making this up because it's relevant right now. I saw a t-shirt folding tutorial the other day. Hand on heart, it read exactly the same as that. It was, what was it? It was something along the lines of start with your t-shirt. Well, it was start with your t-shirt, then what was it? Create creases here, 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 and here. Then grab this part of the t-shirt and this part of the t-shirt and fold them over. But then keep holding on to this part and then grab the new part here on the side that because of the after the and then you pull you pull and then it's super and then it's like this. Yeah, no, it's super straightforward. It was incredibly enlightening. Incredibly so. Me trying to explain it is anxiety. How do you think I felt? Hey, buddy, old pal. Can see it's crowded in here, but I have a little something for you. Pulls out losing half of the wishbone and does it towards the bone collector. I think on a 1, the bone collector is distracted with something else, and you've essentially just thrown an unlucky bone at it, and it turns around quite aggravated, and you've already sort of run back into the crowd. Love seeing those videos. Reminds you of how incompetent you are. Right? It felt belittling. I felt very small, teeny tiny in that moment. Bone collector is on you. Yeah. Saw a tutorial on how to army roll a t-shirt once. Still no, and like rolling your stuff. Here's the thing. I could probably get behind learning how that t-shirt fold actually works, but just from that initial introduction to it, it was so bamboozling that I've been sort of shell shocked into like for a second. I'll need to go back to it and learn it properly because it does seem handy to have as a strap. Points in a random direction. Hey, look over there! Starts running away. Almost sounded like I was having a stroke. It felt like I was having a stroke trying to comprehend what the video was instructing me to do. Hi, Ghoulie. How you doing, bud? Hi, everyone. Is that an angry worm? Kinda. Hi, sects. Sects. I'll go with BS. Hi, BS. How you doing? This little guy is the bone collector. It's a little creature that, I say little, big. It's a big creature that I came up with a while ago that lives underneath the tavern, but I haven't been able to get around to like a full portrait of it yet. So now's the time. The time is upon us. We're doing a full portrait. BS works for you too? Ah, perfect. Hell yeah. How you doing? How's your day been? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Doing okay? How is it here? Yeah, good. Although I do have a couple of things I want to run past people today. First thing being, with me moving to 5-hour streams, it means that my Tuesdays and Thursdays have shifted to a 3:30 p.m. start. But I'm considering making more room in my evening on a Tuesday and a Thursday. So I'm considering shifting my entire 5-hour stream from a 3:30 start to a 2:30 start. So I go from 2:30 until 7:30. And I wanted to run that past people, how'd they feel about it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I've received my test prints. All 3 of them are in. So I've got the premium gloss, premium semi-gloss technically, the premium matte, and then something known as a fine art print. I've got pictures of all 3 in the Discord, and I wanted to run them past people to see what they prefer. Harley's having a strong, yeah, it's tough. Prints, yeah. So if you are invested in like getting a hold of my artwork at some point in one way, shape or form, I'm keen to hear what you think. Very keen. How to open the door first. Oh, how to open the door first. Turn off the lights. Second, find the doorknob. Next, take off your hands. Finally, turn off the light. Is the door open? Oh, it's not? Well, you have no hands now. Feels a little bit like that sometimes. Whenever I'm locking up after myself, whenever I have to head out, it feels a little bit like that's the process. Step 1, go into the other room and turn off the lights. It's, yeah, pretty accurate. You killed 4 scorpions in 1 hour today. Personal best. In perhaps a video game akin to a Monster Hunter. I do have the prints with me here physically, but I have put them on the floor. I had them up on a chair initially, but to cycle through them, I put them on the floor, and it's a little bit of a pain to go grab them. I can grab them at some point a little bit later, but you made that up on the spot. You were laughing while writing. How dare you laugh at my... I'm getting distracted again. How dare you laugh at my usual methods? It is flawless. What would the shipping situation look like with the prints as someone on the other side of the world? This is the wonderful thing with the way that I've gone about it this time, is instead of it just being me printing them myself and then sending them out, which was my first method, the new updated method is I'm going through a site called Gelato, which has business relations with printing stores all around the world. So instead of printing in Australia and then getting something shipped to you, you're instead ordering from a printing place that's basically right next to you. So the delivery cost is way less. That's smart, yeah. It's reassuring because I've never wanted my prints to be exceedingly expensive, and it means now that the way that the prints are set up now, it's going to be a fraction of the cost of what it was previously. The door's on the other floor. That was the beep boop error. Temperature too high. Body malfunction. Help. Oh, I think you technically need to put the D20 first, David. But I mean, you're malfunctioning. It's understandable. Hey, Dawn. Welcome in. That's wonderful. Yeah, that's how it's gonna be if we go ahead with it, which seems like we will. I'm quite happy with the quality that I've ended up with. Saves money for sure, and more for the local customer. Yeah, exactly. It supports local business in a way. Cheaper on you guys' end. I'm not having to account for 70% of the cost being shipping by itself, you know? Local jobs. Yeah. Because that was the problem that I was running into previously, and what had me stalling on setting up a new print shop for so long was that I couldn't fluctuate the price so substantially based on international shipping. But at the same time, it's quite scary to go, hey, so this thing costs $20, but there's an extra $60 of shipping on top of that. You can't exactly market it that way. So you needed to, this is boring, but you needed to set something almost in between. Be like, okay, so on average, the thing costs $40, but it's only $20 of shipping, you know, for everyone. And it felt fundamentally unfair. Gelato, is that an American company? I think so. No, their currency is by default European, so somewhere in the EU, I believe. You're good. Did I get the prints? Just got here. Yeah, I got the third one. I got the third and final one, and it seems to be the best of the three. All three are posted in the Discord in announcements, so you can see what they look like under natural light. I took photos of all three, and I'm happy with the most recent one that came in. You have to run. Crazy late for you. You don't know how often you'll be able to catch me. Good night. Good night, BS. Look after yourself, bud. Thank you for the follow. As I was saying, I'm probably going to be moving my streams a little bit earlier moving forward on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so maybe we can catch up a little bit more often. But yeah, sleep well. Not boring? You want to know information? Okay. Well, next opportunity I get, I'll walk you through the whole process, of course. Basically, this is... it's what's known as a print-to-order service. So order comes in, they print it, they then ship it. Not all print-to-order services do the whole contact local printers thing. Some of them do we are based out of Chicago, so we're going to do all the prints in Chicago, and then whatever printing cost it is, you guys are going to have to suffer for it. Gelato seems to be one of the few companies that does it that has a really good quality as well. So I'm quite happy that I found them. Discord, here I come. Yeah, go, do what you gotta do. You were friends with a guy in high school who went on to make a company called Gelato, you wonder? Ooh. Potentially. You hate that red sig line? What? Squiggly line? Which? I ain't got no red squiggly lines. Autocorrect? No, you could. Getting further into Wano and everything is the best kind of crap show now. Every episode, someone decides to switch sides. Yeah, it does get pretty messy towards the end of Wano. I think it kind of works, but I can understand people having an issue with it. Easily keeping track. It's just funny. Yeah, that's fair. The fine art version looks best. Seems like everyone so far voted for it. How do I find them IRL compared to the photos that I took? Well, that's what I said in general chatter, was that I find that the fine art one is hands down the best of the three. But at the same time, as good as the outcome is, one, it is not quite as sharp as the semi-gloss, just because the more porous paper with a matte finish tends to bleed the ink just a hair more, so it's not quite as sharp. And the blacks aren't as black as the semi-gloss, but overall it feels crispier. The colors are more accurate. It feels super high quality. Like the thickness of the paper is a little bit thicker than everything else. It's just a better time. Been watching a show called White Collar. Had to spell collar 5 times before getting it right. Well, don't even get started with regional spelling of color and color. Definitely not his company unless you hit it big out of nowhere. Fair. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there were like 6 or 7 relatively large companies called Gelato. Hi, Sharp Minds and Papers. Hi Tomcat. How you doing? Welcome in. How you doing? I should take my break. I should take my break in a second. It's been an hour. Color versus color. Close. Close, but no cigar. Or couleur, even, yeah. tricolore. Tricolore? Couleur? What's the... how do the French refer to their flag again? I've forgotten. It's 3 colors in French. Tricolore is the French flag, I think. It's been hacking yonks. Yeah, I think so. Tricolore. No, not cholera. That's something else. It's pronounced tricolore. Well, there you go. Boom. There's something very funny about saying, I think you'll find it's pronounced, and then having the number instead of the pronunciation. Absolutely phenomenal. I misspelled it. Couloir is color, single in Romanian. Ah, cool. To add to that, you don't speak any French. That's the cherry on top. Yeah. All right, I should take my break. It has been an hour. I recommend that anybody else who hasn't gotten up for the past hour, get up, move around, grab a drink, grab a snack if you're hungry. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we don't get any pre-rolls for the next hour or so. I'll show off the prints properly again when I get back before I sit down. I'll see you soon. Be happy. Hi. All right. So, for those who missed before, this was the matte print that, upside down. This was the matte print that came in on Tuesday. It doesn't reflect light basically at all. It's got a nice feeling to it. It's a good time, although I will say that the colors are quite desaturated and the blacks aren't very black. Like it's closer to like a really dark gray. So it's like a nice faded look. If you enjoy the faded look, that's the matte. This is the semi-gloss that, again, I showed on Tuesday. It does have that shine, but more importantly, it's the sharpest of the three. So all of the detail is super sharp. The blacks are very black, but the color is even less vibrant than the matte. Then we've got the one that arrived today. This is the one that arrived today. This is the art print. The fine art print. It isn't quite as sharp as the semi-gloss, but it's got the most vibrant of all the color. Like of the three, it's got the most vibrant color. Its black is almost as black as the semi-gloss. The paper is the thickest. You can kind of see that if I hold it to the side there, you can see that the thickness is similar to like that of a playing card, maybe a little bit thinner than a playing card. It's quite good. Quality is the highest. I will also say it's the most expensive, but not by that much. It'd essentially mean that it goes from like 25 to 27 basically is the difference in euro, I think. So make the conversions after that, you know. Those teeth look sharp indeed. Well, with the semi-gloss, they look super sharp. Get a banana for scale. The bananas that I got the other day are still not ripe enough. It's actually insane. What happened to the Pet Quill redeem? It's still there. It's just not available during ads. Oh, is it just not playing? Oh. Oh no, it is playing. It's working. Was it not working before? Semi-gloss looks the sharpest, yeah. The curse of the unripening. It feels like I've been cursed with unripening. It's working, yeah, good. How unbelievably appropriate. Hi, Dwagon Tavern. Welcome in. How you doing? Do you mind if I refer to you as Dwagon? Is that cool? Thanks for the idea. You're hungry. Banana sounds good. Well, I've been hungry for bananas for the past 3 days and I haven't been able to... Whatever. Just didn't see the redeem. Had to close the redeems on mobile. I think, yeah. I think it must have been that you opened the redeem before the ad break stopped. And yeah, it had snapshotted the redeems before that. Any bananas that come into your possession automatically go to Marley. Please and thank you. I appreciate. Am I painting a pile of books? I'm painting a pile of things, miscellaneous things. Hence why I'm struggling so much. Because if they were things of note, then I could just render those things of note, but I have to actually decide on what those things are, you know? Soon there'll be 3 weeks, and the bananas will still not... Yeah! That's the impression that I'm getting. It will never be enough time. You're gonna drink ice cream? Yeah, it's kind of hot. Up in the northern hemisphere at the moment. How you doing, coward? Should take them out of the freezer. But I heard that putting the bananas in the freezer speeds up the ripening process. Have I been lied to? Have I been misguided? It's going to ripen the fridge, not the... Ripens the freezer more than it ripens the bananas. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense when you put it... Because apparently if you put more ripened things next to less ripened things, the less ripened thing becomes as ripened as the more ripened thing. So bananas, as unripened as they are still more ripened than my freezer. I think that's how that works, right? So my freezer would become at least a little bit more ripe. Hope you're staying cool. All my hot hemisphere hombres, yeah. Yeah, no, it's gotten spicy hot. Very spicy hot. D20 banana, you receive 15 bananas. Glorious day. But yes, for those who are curious, I'm currently rendering a pile of miscellaneous items. The fine line that I have to balance on is render with enough detail to where you get the sense that it's a bunch of random things, but not so much detail to where you sit there looking at like, each individual thing. That's a blah, and that's also a blah, and that's a blimbo, and that's a fungal, and that's a, it needs to be vague enough to where a lot of the attention stays on the bone collector itself. Here we have the most Wonderlandish conversation. Something like that. Something akin to Wonderland. I've gotten the impression that our conversations are just a little bit sillier than Wonderland, which is a feat. 15 frozen bananas you have ready for Christmas. I mean, is it an integral part of deep fried banana? Is that you need to freeze them first? I don't know. It's very much so like a carnival food that I'm not very familiar with. But enough detail that it does not look like AI, since those tend to generate stuff that look valid but make no sense on a second look. To be entirely honest, I just don't think about it. I just don't think about whether my stuff looks like AI. If you have any questions, you can come to me and be like, hey, Mahali, can I see the original file and all the layers? And I can be like, yeah. Like, these are all the different layers. Different parts. You can see all the different bits and pieces. I don't generate any of my stuff. Plus, you can actively watch me work on it, you know? I don't even try and play that game anymore of curating my style to where it doesn't look like it's been through a filter or anything like that, just because it's just become so arbitrary. You're in actual hell? No, Katja, no. What's the temperature? I promise you, I won't do the thing. Yeah. I was going to say, I promise you, I won't do the thing where I go, 35, that's nothing. No, 35 is hot. 35 is very hot. Sorry to hear, bud. Do you have any, like, you're keeping hydrated? You've got emergency options? Yes. If it helps at all, Katya, we're all in the pit today. Digi has sunk the entire tavern into the pit, so we're right alongside you. Pit is kind of cold. Yeah, there you go. This creature kind of reminds you of the faces from Avatar. Yeah, somebody the other day was saying the same thing. Just a little guy. I'm off. How you doing? That's why it's hot. She's at the bottom of the pit. I'd imagine that the bottom of the pit is actually quite cold, because the Daybreak Drylands, that's when it gets spicy hot up top. You faceplant beside the pit hole. I hope you're doing well. You should not have re-rolled. What did you roll before? Like a 14? Ish? This works. Yeah, no, this works. And we're out. Could be better, could be worse. I need to set it up. I need to set it up properly so I don't have to... Literally at the moment, if I want to play on the piano, I literally have to shove the microphone at it and go, listen. It's the scene from the end of Back to the Future where the guy's on the phone. He's like, hey, you were trying to find that new sound? Oh, listen to this. And like shoves in the general direction. Yeah. That's what it sounds like at the moment. Spent like 2 hours in the bathtub. Filled with like 23 degrees water. Feel a little bit better. Yeah, good. Freaking love that bit. But I don't want to emulate it. I want it actually to come straight through. I'll fix it at some point. No, that wouldn't be purple. That would be this kind of color. I did mention it before, but I'll mention it again because we're running out of time. We are currently at a stalemate with what book I'm going to be reading on stream if we hit 1,000 followers. The draw is currently a two-way tie between Frankenstein and Beowulf. If you want to vote, I highly recommend that you do for what book that I read on stream if we hit that milestone. Head over to General Chatter, click on pinned messages. It'll be the first one. If you don't know what pinned messages are, come back to me. I'll walk you through that too. Sorry for the convolutedness of it. I need to think of something better for it in the future. Maybe posting the poll in announcements might have been a better call. Next time. But what if the pit is in the back rooms? So the back rooms? Well, the back rooms doesn't necessarily have a temperature to it, does it? It's more like, oh, it could be anything, you know? Might be better as you immediately went there. Ah, right. In the announcements, yeah. Where's the poll? General Chatter, and then click on pinned messages up the top, and it'll be the first one that's pinned. Isn't that just the front rooms? I mean, by process of elimination, yeah, the things next to the back rooms but isn't the back rooms, probably the front rooms. So if you put in Alice in Wonderland, it will be unlikely. Yes, but if we enjoy the process of me reading something on stream, I'm not against the idea of doing it more. Maybe every couple of months, maybe reading a book. So whatever comes second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever, that'll be the order in which I approach those follow-up ones. So if you try and get Alice in Wonderland to be, heck, it's still not out of the realm of possibility of it being first. But if it gets second or third, then it means that it'll be the second or third book that I read. Beowulf being one of the choices is a win. Yeah. I'm quite fond of any of the five, to be honest. I'm happy with any of them winning. It's just a case of actually deducing which one is the winner and then going ahead with that. Generally vote between the two. Now get Alice later. Yeah, so what you could do if you wanted to is you could vote for one of the two that are currently tied, either Beowulf or Frankenstein. And then you could also vote for Alice in Wonderland as well. That way you're progressing that one compared to the other three, but you're also trying to break the tie as well. If you wanted to do it that way, it's entirely up to you. At the end of the day, I just want people's opinions as to what they'd like to hear. Pardon me. You just had one of the most satisfying FU calls to a customer. You're going to have to explain. In what way? Just a classic call someone up. Hi. They laid on so much junk trying to get up you. You spoke back facts to them and you put him in his place. Up. Good. It's me, Squid. Hi, Squid. How you doing? Welcome in. It says view original message to interact. If you... If you hover over the message, it has like jump up the... Oh, you might be on phone. I'm not sure what it is on phone, but there's something that says jump there somewhere. If you jump to it, you'll jump to the original message. Then you can interact with it. Again, apologies for it being super convoluted. Hi Phil, welcome in. After that roll, you're doing pretty bad. No, Squid. Digi's already sunk the entire... Digi phase shifted the tavern through the floor with a 19. So the tavern is currently in the pit for this evening. So rolling a 4 is not the end of the world. You're all good. Hey Cloud, welcome in. Ooh. You can beat Digi. Here's your 20. Oh, it's a 15. It's pretty close. So how does one do this? Apparently it's a nifty spell. That's the information that I received from from asking. Oh no. The blunderbuss of fireballs. But Jack can't spell true. I had to pull it up on the webpage for some reason. Weird. Apologies. As I said, I'll set it up to be more intuitive next time. Okay, what do we make this object? Do I have? I do have the reference file here. It could be a ladder. It could be a street lamp. It could be a chair. It could be another chair. We'll make it another chair. More chairs. A ladder makes made of frozen bananas. How frozen are we talking at that point? I think that sounds like one of the most cursed interactions I can imagine, is attempting to use a makeshift ladder, but it's melting into thawed bananas actively as I'm attempting to use it. Today was well. Had your final SAC for the term today, so now you're free to chill on Friday. Plan to do some trial works for digital tomorrow, so you talked to your teacher and he gave you the size for the artworks. Nice. Yeah, cool. So you've got you've got dimensions to work to. Cool. Have you started on a draft for it yet? Not to get all up in your case, but yeah, have you settled on the idea, I suppose, is maybe a better question. Photosensitivity is a beige. The sun is going directly through the window, hitting your desk, reflecting in your eyes. You can't cover it because it's blocked by the air conditioner pipe. Ugh, ended up sneezing so hard you hit your forehead on the desk. To be honest, you kind of wish you were knocked. Ugh. Wait. So there's a... Let me understand this correctly. There's an air conditioning pipe that is blocking like the curtains for a window here. So light is going through. That's awful. Your idea, you think, you mentioned before, was your interpretation of D&D classes, starting with a bard right now, as you feel like you've got a bit more creative freedom with that class than the others. Okay, cool. You said 4, right? I think last time you mentioned 4 different D&D classes. You have a trial sketch that you sent into the Discord, actually. Ooh, okay. I'll go hunting for it in about half an hour. When I take my next break. Can't close the window because the pipe is sticking out. The AC is like the movable. Oh, right. Yep, okay. No, I get what you mean. It's the movable one where you can move. You've got the extendable hose thing for the outdraft. Yeah. Ugh. My condolences. No, I get exactly what you mean. It's that same discomfort that you experience when you sat in like the passenger seat of a car or something, and the sun hits you directly in the face, and no matter how you arrange the sun blocker, it's not blocking anything, so you're just getting pierced in the brain. Yeah. You sent it? When I get the chance to look, thank you, thank you. Planning to look into a rogue next. Ooh, kind of cool. Still doing the monthly outfits? Yeah. Speaking of, there are 5 days. Yeah, there are 5 days left. Technically 6. Before the end of June. So if people want to get their monthly art fair video, people want to get their monthly art fair entries in before we have a look at them and celebrate art fair, you got a bit of time, a little less than a week. Went to the gym yesterday solely to use their AC. Even working out felt actually nice there, because that's the thing. No, I completely agree. Working out in cold is far better than just existing in hot. 100%. Imagine being short. The visor only works about 25% of the time. What was this month's prompt? I believe... I don't have to guess. I can check. It was... Exploring the unknown. Exploring the unknown. That's what you thought. And then went, what if they had scissors? Giant scissors? Ooh, sick. One of my players that I'm running D&D for at the moment has a character who has a giant set of scissors. They're not novelty size. They're not the size of a bus. You know, they're still like the scissors are this big. They're still heckin' huge. I'd still say that they're giant scissors. They're big, but not so big to the point where you can't use them as scissors anymore, you know. The magical town of unknown. I mean, if Pokemon has proven anything, you can call anything unknown and it becomes quite satisfying. You have a sketch that might kind of fit? You could. I will say though, that part of it is it needs to be something that you've worked on recently. You can't grab something that you did like a year ago or something. It's against the spirit. But if you take an old sketch and you work on it, and sort of bring it up to new, that works too. You might do writing this time? Hell yeah. Another written entry? Hell yeah. I did enjoy Dust's written entries from a few months ago. The same scissors that Ryu has in Gachikura, if I can imagine. Did I get up to where a character had scissors? I don't think I did. I stopped watching Gachikura back when... I stopped watching Gachikura back during the first fight of the series. The poison guy, as soon as they fought the poison guy, it destroyed all of my all of my enthusiasm for it. As cool as the themes were in the show, like, I really like the idea of valuing things beyond their initial timeline. I really enjoy the idea of like things being forgotten about. That really, really, really cool. But the pacing of that set of episodes was so horrendous that I had zero interest after that. I would have met her, the goofy redhead girl. Oh, potentially. I don't think I actually saw what her weapon was, though. We could have a big hole there where it just dips. There's just a chunk of stuff that's not there. Then maybe something sticking up here. That kind of works. Just getting a bit wacky and creative with it. Hell yeah. I mean, that's part of the joy of creating specifically in fantasy, is that you just kind of get to do whatever you want. Get to Google this anime, had the exact same feelings and stopped at the exact same time. It was literally like the meme horse drawing. Yeah. Yep. So good. So good. The quality was through the roof, having a wonderful time with it. Fantastic time. And then they introduce a character who is just a big poser who talks in a really edgy way and just talks and talks about being really edgy and talks about being really edgy and talks about it and I don't asleep. So damn disappointed. Yeah. But is he straight? I talked about being straight. I don't think you understand. He monologued for 3 episodes. So that the series set him up to be an incredibly lethal character. Like, as part of his initial introduction, he lashes out and kills some random, like, off-screen person. It's like, oh my goodness, stakes. And then you meet him, and he attacks a lot of people and kills no one and talks a big game. And then the thing that makes it even worse is that the main protagonist's power for that fight is turned into, I'm the ultimate defense, but I can't attack ever. So the entire fight is the main character standing in one spot and doing nothing and listening to the main antagonist just monologuing. That was 3 episodes. 3 episodes of that, and it killed all enthusiasm I had for the series. There's already very little seinen anime that don't cross the edge of edge for no reason. Like Solo Leveling, Few is barely on the line, but Chainsaw Man lost you at the scene in the bar. Yep. Yeah, no, it just felt cringe. You somehow got past that bit, then stopped watching in a fight he has later on. It doesn't get better. No! I did have in the back of my head like, oh, I might come back to it at some point because it's a bit heavy-handed of me to be like, this one part happens and I'm cutting myself off from the series. But if it doesn't get better, then I'm not keen. Because here's the thing, if the anime wasn't about fighting at all, I'm in. The world is intriguing. The problem that they need to solve is intriguing. The premise of how the powers work, super intriguing. Liked all of the characters, had a great time. Art style was super cool. Liked the music, liked the aesthetic, everything. Really, really, really enjoyed myself. But it's fundamentally setting itself up to be a shonen. Shonen, whatever, a fighting anime. And if all of the climaxes of every part of it is going to be, and then they fight, and then all of the fights are that boring and dialogue heavy with no action and like really, really stale, that it's just not my thing. It's time for you to sleep. Finally feel tired enough. Might pull up on phone and lurk, but otherwise good time zone. If it's distracting you from sleep, Kat, then I recommend that you turn off stream. Please get good sleep. Happy to chat with you though. I'd not like Windbreaker. Yeah, probably not. Probably not, unfortunately. But yes, look after yourself, bud. Have a good night. For the same reason you couldn't manage to watch Naruto. Sasuke was driving you insane. You did read the manga because you could just not read what this idiot was saying. I will say that I do like reading manga for that reason, where you can just kind of dissociate a little bit when binging through stuff that you don't care about as much. Whereas anime, because you don't get to control the pacing at all, you have to sit there. It makes you sit there and suffer through it. Speaking of which, did everyone hear that that One Piece is getting a new series, a re-release, a redo, a remake? One Piece is getting completely remade. It looks good. It does. It legit looks good. I'm super excited for it because the pitch for it, this is just the pitch. I don't know whether or not to actually get excited about it yet, but the pitch is we're remaking One Piece with modern animation. So like a little bit of that 3D stuff, but the majority of it is 2D. Even the 3D stuff is 2D over 3D. But the positive is that all of the pacing issues get cleaned up. So zero filler, zero like padding for time to make sure that the episode runs for a certain amount of time. Zero, like all of that is getting scrapped. No like B plots that aren't in the manga. No like dragging, pacing issues, blah. It's all getting cleaned up. If that turns out to be the case, if I watch the first season of it and it's super clean, the pacing's all super nice, I'm in. For a third time? Kinda. Is this the one for Netflix? Not the live action? Yeah, the one for Netflix, the non-live action one, yeah. Might not watch it if it doesn't have the 4Kids intro song. It's not going to have Ya-Yo Dreamin'. No, I don't think it will have that. You did like Shaman King. It was pretty good since it was based on the manga. Maybe it'll be nice and you'll finally watch it. You mean One Piece? Yeah. That's the thing, is I'm trepidatious because of how Toei like absolutely butchered the pacing of the original release. But if it turns out to be good, I'll happily recommend it to anyone and everyone. So I love the manga, but it's so difficult to get people into reading it. Literally unwatchable. Without Ya-Yo Dreamin', can't watch it. It's impossible. Heard about it a while back. You were going to watch it because you heard it was pacing off the manga, or at least close to it. They just released their first teaser for it of actual animated footage, not just concept art. And it looks really good. It looks like it has similar choreography and stylistic choices to current One Piece. Current good One Piece, where they've blown the budget on animation quality. It's really, really clean. It's really clean. It looks really good. Hubby's rewatching Bleach and you're questioning his life choices. I just can't do it. I can't do it. There are too many scenes in anime where it's two characters standing next to each other like this and just wah 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 wah. Nothing is being animated. Literally 0%. 0% is getting animated. It's just wah 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 mouth movement. And then it gets even worse when it cuts to one character going, oh, as a reaction shot. And it's somebody off screen monologuing at them, and it's on this still shot for the entire monologue. It's so funny. It makes me cackle every time because I know exactly what's going on. Ugh. It's so freaking ugly, and also the whole scene between Ichigo and the blue-haired, empty-chested, whatever his name is. I cut your hand, now cut my hand. Dearie dear. Hey, what can you do? And just Orihime as a character. Well, I mean, the problem with Orihime is that she's not a character. She doesn't make decisions or do anything, but that's fine. You know, it is what it is. Every series has characters like it. It just so happens that she's consistently like that throughout the whole series. I tried to go back and read Bleach. People were ranting and raving about how good it is. Apologies if you're a fan of Bleach. My sincere apologies. People were ranting and raving like, it's so good. It gets amazing. 1,000-Year War? Ooh, it's peak. It's peak. It's the best thing ever. I'm going, okay, fine. I'll try again. I'm going to try again. I'm going to read Bleach. Here we go. I read through the entire series up until 1,000-Year War. First series, second series, third series up to 1,000-Year War. And the problem that I kept running into with Bleach is that, no spoilers, but the consistent issue was plot points would just apparate out of thin air. They would just apparate out of thin air. It'd be something along the lines of, we're stuck in a situation and there are no solutions. Oh my God, what are we going to do? And then Captain MacGuffin appears out of nowhere and goes, I have had this power in my soul this entire time. Check out my power. And like apparates this like a big gun, apparates a big gun and goes, solution beam, go. Shoots the thing. Bah, 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 bah. And then after that, solution beam is never a thing anymore. They drop it, they hard drop it, never speak about it ever again. And it's just a thing that floats around in the universe as a thing that existed at some point, but never a thing. It's ridiculous. It goes from like, well, you've got like the living world, and then you've got the Shinigami, which are like the dead people or whatever. And then you've got like hollows in between. They're like the dead people that have gone bad, basically is that. And then they just start inventing new things in the third quarter. They're like, oh, but actually this thing existed the whole time and nobody told anyone about it and it was a secret. But now it's not a secret. Bam, it's a thing. But then also, this guy is also one of those, but we didn't tell you about it at the start, but we're introducing it now, and that makes him special. So he's super special now. Really amazing. So I got up to the 1,000-Year War after 3 sub-series of that, like seasons of Bleach, and it was terrible. And then 1,000-Year War didn't fix it. Did not fix this phenomenon whatsoever. It cranks it up to 11. 1,000-Year War does the whole, this person is bloodline of this guy, and this guy's secretly this guy, and that guy was actually Jesus the entire time, and this power existed, but nobody said anything about it up until now because it wasn't important until now, and this guy has something locked in his foot that he's had in his foot the entire... Literally, that was the 1,000-Year War the whole way through, and I rage quit about like 3/4 the way through 1,000-Year War. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So whenever anybody tells me now, Bahali, you have to read Bleach, it's a fantastic time. It gets really amazing at the end. I'm going to actively tell them that they are lying to me and I'm not going to listen to them. She could be exchanged with a wet towel and nothing would change. There were good parts to it. Anything Zaraki Kenpachi is a part of? Yeah, but it doesn't redeem the entire series for me is the problem. Like, it's not worth suffering for that, you know? Muting a little to lock in? All good. Do what you gotta do. Don't think you heard anyone able to verbalize your feelings about it better. It got to the point where I was audibly cackling in madness anytime a new plot point got introduced randomly because it's not, how to explain. If new mechanics are introduced into a story later on into the story, that's completely fine with me. Completely fine. You know, let's jump over to here. I'm not drawing at the moment anyway. If new mechanics get introduced to a story later on in the story, it's completely fine. It's how progressing the world works. You've got to introduce new things at some point, right? You've got to do it. The problem that I had with Bleach specifically is that there would be zero foreshadowing, none, nada, not a thing, nothing, absolutely nothing. Usually in stories, it's alluded to like, oh, that guy's really powerful in this particular way, but we're not going to explore it until later. And then they explore it. It's like, oh, wow, what a revelation. None of that whatsoever. In Bleach, it's exclusively nothing. Oh, this guy has superpowers and diddled the entire time and nobody told anyone about it. Because what? Convenience, I guess? It would have ruined the surprise if anyone talked about it, even though everybody knew about it. Nobody talked about it the entire time. Reasons, yeah. That guy has superpowers, or that guy is that guy's son, or that guy was that guy the entire time, or this subcategory of being has existed this entire time, but we didn't talk about it because reasons. And then this will be a little bit of a spoiler, but who cares? It turns out that every interesting power that exists in the world, every single interesting power, every single one, take from column A, column B, column C, column D, column E, column F, every single superpower in the show, the main character has. Every single one. So, what's a good example? So like, for example, in Marvel Comics, you've got heroes that have natural born superpowers, the mutants. You've got heroes that get superpowers through like an accident. And then you've got heroes who embed themselves with gadgets and stuff. The main character of Bleach looks at all of them and goes, yes, that's me. That's me. I have all of them. I didn't tell you about those other three, but I'm them as well also. But then the super tilting thing is that isn't revealed until it's relevant, until like they're like, oh no, we're stuck, we're all gonna die, and then the main character goes, ah, but I have this superpower that I haven't told anyone. It's just the worst. Have I taught my dog quantum physics yet? I'd prefer to adopt a dog to have a dog and then teach it quantum physics, just to avoid having to read through Bleach again. Comparing Bleach, Naruto was a masterpiece of writing. Like, yeah, there's friendship no jutsu, but at least it was consistent. Yeah, that was the super tilting thing for me personally, was that narrative solutions would just pop out of thin air and save the day out of nowhere. And then the second thing is the main character, Ichigo Kurosaki, has every power under the sun. Every single one. They introduce a new one. That was the worst thing. Oh, I should be on the other screen still. But that was the worst thing, was that they'd be like, oh, we've invented a new power. And the main character already has it. It broke me. It broke me. It was awful. At the same time, he's totally an unbearably boring character. Yep. I have an issue with most people using the term Mary Sue or Gary Stew for characters, because most of the time it doesn't apply. Most of the time they just don't like the character and they want to apply like an insult to how the character's written, so they'll default to that. He actually is, though. He has zero personality, zero compelling anything. He doesn't have any motivations. He's not a character. He doesn't exist. But then he's super juiced with everything. It's just... Solo leveling, you get the overpowered hunter, but it makes sense. There's a reason to it. He has an interesting personality. He's just good. Yeah, exactly. Like, the character goes through trials and tribulations and ends up with the powers, and you get to see the whole thing instead of he was born with it. He was born with it. You know, all the powers? Yeah, he was born with all of them. Yep. Solo leveling, born with every single power. If you can think of a power, born with it. Your favorite of the three is One Piece. Yes. Of the three, I consider One Piece to have good writing. Naruto had okay writing until the war arc, and then it just imploded. I've never seen a series sabotage itself so quickly. Bleach, I like the premise, I like the aesthetic. The storytelling is awful. The characters are horrendous. And then One Piece is just good. One Piece is just good. Called this Ichigo phenomenon in Poland, son/daughter of mum's friend. Yeah, no, that's what it felt like. Where it's like, oh, because you're distantly related to this person, oh, you're born with the powers. You go, boom, you have them. Naruto has a lot of problems with timeline. No, it's not even timeline, to be honest. It's the... I feel like Naruto sacrifices a bunch of characters at the altars of Naruto and Sasuke. They go, okay, we could make this character interesting, or we could develop Naruto more. We could make this character more interesting, or we could make Sasuke more interesting. And they do, and Naruto and Sasuke are relatively interesting characters. But then all of the side characters are kind of nothing. And then they turn both Naruto and Sasuke into Jesus at the end and ruin everything about all of that development up until then. Like, actually for real. Like, oh, culmination of like things, culmination of things, culmination. Like, oh, we're improving. And then Naruto's there as well. Oh, improving. And then they get a power spike like this that has absolutely nothing to do with any of their effort. It just pisses me off, to be quite frank with you. Remember the writing being a bit better? Then you stumbled on some scenes or manga pieces and realized it was because of the fan fiction that you were reading and writing. Yeah, the source material was bad. There were elements of Naruto that I really enjoyed. I'll admit that, but unfortunately, it's really difficult to return to after the war arc. I've got zero interest in Boruto. Okay, let's add in another thing here. We'll make this, or we could, or you know what? Bird cage. I'm adding in a bird cage. Don't care. Bird cage is going here. Okay, it's a dark little pocket, which is a nice bit of variety. This isn't why I disliked the war arc, but it is part of the problem that I have with it. The Naruto series is about interesting characters with interesting power sets, and they're ninjas, right? It's a manga about ninjas, fundamentally. The final arc is all of those ninjas getting together on a big flat plane of land and just throwing fireballs at each other. This tilted me off the face of the earth. They could have set it in so many interesting environments, or at the very least had all of those juiced up superpower ninjas turn the landscape into something interesting. But no, they all agreed, they all shook hands. They all went, we're going to meet at the desert. We're going to meet in the desert, right? We're going to go to the plains. We're going to, that flat bit of land that we all have out back. We're going to meet there and we're going to throw playing cards at each other for the next 30 days. Does that sound good? Excellent. Cool. Lock it in. That's what's happening. Biggest problem that early Naruto was supposed to do nothing or something story about later on. Learn the fourth Hokage. So, yeah. He's got all those bloodlines in him. Making his speech to Neji kind of mute. Yeah. Yep. It's a moot point. Agreed. My feelings. How you doing, bud? I wouldn't have minded that as much. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. I will tell you from now that I don't usually talk about anime this much. I'm spiraling. But I will tell you, I wouldn't have minded that as much if they didn't do the weird Indra Ashura thing at the end. All of that would have been fine if they didn't do that. But they did. So I have an issue. It was so weird. Yep. Literally out of nowhere. You hate anime too? Would Fields watch anime? I think Fields would watch anime. Reading, then suddenly happens and you're like, huh. That was my reaction. Like, okay. Yeah, you're lying. Well, you got me for a second. I legitimately thought that you hated anime. How you doing? This thing is giving Face Stealer from Avatar vibes. Yeah, you're the fourth. I think the fourth person who's mentioned that. Hell yeah. I like that character. It's cool. If I can allude to that sort of feeling, then I'm happy. I did a little version of it about a year ago at this point, as part of a larger image. It's outdated, like this image isn't accurate anymore, and I've wanted to do a larger version of this art for a while, and I've finally gotten around to do it. I'd love to sit here rendering the actual bone collector itself, but I know for a fact that I'm not going to struggle with the bone collector. I am going to struggle with all of the stuff that the bone collector is standing on, so I want to spend all of my time rendering that first. You still think the worst turn of events that ever happened was Sword Art Online turning into a freaking harem? It was the first in its genre, it broke your heart. Wait, what? How much of Sword Art Online did I watch? I think I just watched the first 2 seasons. That's disappointing. What? God help whoever this thing decides to slap. Gary, no! Hi, Kelta. How you doing? Welcome in. I still need to render the goblin in its hand, because otherwise it does look like whether it's a goblin. Oh, I might not do a goblin actually, given the scale, because this is like a large. That's a large chest there. This is a large table there. But even still, a goblin would be like this big or whatever. So probably Probably can't do a oh. I probably could. It would just be bigger than I initially thought. I'd need to put details onto it. It could work. Gary just covered in hand marks. It's just red welts. How you doing, Kelton? Hope you're doing well. What if he's holding a rib bone scythe? We talked about it holding some sort of weapon or lantern or some sort of construct. I don't like the idea as much. I think what I've ended up on is creature is going to be held. Like, oh no. Help, I'm stuck. So creature held there. It's going to be holding on to a bone in its hand there, held to its chest. And then this hand is going to be dropping little bits of like bone debris that it is unsatisfied with, I think is what we've come to a conclusion on. But before I can get to that, I need to render this stupid pile. Why did I decide to do this? Oh God, just regrets. Regrets. Hi buddy, you doing okay? Holding a mannequin and is furious that it does not have bones. What is this? Not a bone to be seen. I won't start on minor objects until I go through and complete all of the major and medium. You need a name for an NPC that Mahali will meet tonight. Probably hates gelatinous cubes. I'd imagine so, because not only does it dissolve bones, but it would also do quite a bit of damage to the bone collector, I could see as well. Like what? Bone collector's going to punch it or something? Not going to happen. So for name suggestions, Billy, you should probably give a sense of like what sort of vibe you want from the name might help as well, because otherwise you've got John, Gary and Bob. I mean, all good names, don't get me wrong. Brick the Dent-Headed. Ooh. Okay. John, Gary, Bob, Brick, Jim, Gertrude. Oh, these. Oh, okay. Taking a bit of a turn. I like the direction. I will say that I do need to take my break in a second. I think I skirted right past it without thinking about it even for a second. I'm not mad. I'm just really disappointed. Dear dear. Do you need something fantasy-y? Azazoth, the Omniscient Sock. Ah, there we go. We're getting somewhere. Fantasy name? Yeah. Okay, there you go. Fantasy name. We need a fantasy name. Dardoon. Oh, Dardoon works. Get the quality, matching the quality of the request. Oh. Katja just hit you with the Uno reverse card, also known as the I know you are, but what am I? Blump? Now that's a name I would absolutely use. You'll be heading into a dwarven city, but this NPC is not a dwarf. Okay. Glyph? Ooh, Glyph is a fun name. I do like Glyph. Mojo Jojo is also a fantastic name. Has a lot of je ne sais quoi, you know, something about it. Trilily? Ooh. You like Dardoon and Glyph so far? So very sort of heavy sounding names, potentially. All right. Before I forget, You guys keep going with name suggestions. These are good. You're doing good. Keep up the momentum. I'm going to take my break. I need to do my stretches. Otherwise, my back will implode based on past experiences. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around, grab a drink, grab a snack if you're hungry. I'm running 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls. I'll see you soon. BRB. Hi. Billy's ended up with her name. Excellent. Glad to see it. Now that I'm back, a couple of things that I just want to make sure that I mention before we get back into things. One, my test prints are all in. All 3 versions of the test print are in. And you can find them in announcements at the top of the Discord. I highly recommend, if you're interested in getting a print at some point in time, have a look at the 3 photos that I took. Let me know which of the 3 that you like the look of best. At the moment, it seems to be number 2, which I personally agree with, but I want to hear people's feedback. It's all appreciated. Second thing is, of 3, the book that I will be reading if we hit 1,000 followers, we are still at a tie between Frankenstein and Beowulf. If you haven't voted yet, It's a little bit convoluted. My apologies. I need to set it up better next time. But head over to General Chatter, go to Pinned Messages up the top, and it's the first one there. Access that. Have a look at the 5 entries that we've got there. Even if the one that you prefer the most isn't listed, isn't in the lead at the moment, still vote for it because it's useful information to know which one is most preferred, like in order. And then the last thing I suppose I should mention as well is that we're going to be celebrating Art Fair in 6 days. We're going to be celebrating Art Fair in 6 days. So if you want to get an entry in for Art Fair, you've got 6 days to do it. Exciting times. You can find the details for that in the Art Fair channel. Back in, let's go. The vibrant one looks hella good. Yeah, no, I'm quite happy with it. I'm quite happy with it. Yes, to those who prefer the gloss, it's still not glossy, but it does have true blacks in the same way that the gloss one does, and the color is the most accurate on it. I'm happy with it. Yeah, so because I showed off the... Oh, you might not have been here for it, Noctua. On Tuesday, I streamed for like an hour. I showed off the semi-gloss premium one and the matte premium. I just received the fine art print, and that's my favorite of the 3. Not too big on glossy artwork. Really enjoy matte or satin. Can you get an art print of the Caveman Twister Party hat version? Oh, with the rock peeking up underneath as well. Was the rock that was the one with the rock, right? You came in right at the end of the street. Yeah. No, that was my bad. Here's the thing. Just to get it off the ground to begin with, Fields, I won't do like custom orders for now, but if you're genuinely interested in having something like that, we can chat about it. I just need to get like the conventional orders off the ground first, you know. You have more of a style of, think Avatar, Teen Titans, Ben 10, anime combined. Hey, cool. Yeah, no, my style is not so stylized, which I'm jealous of because a lot of my stuff is quite semi-real, like semi-realism stuff. It's fine. It does the job. But it's not, you know, it doesn't have that like, character, you know. Keeps going on sick leave. Generally a POS, just called out 2 people for not being logged in front of the entire team and managers. That for sure will bring in friends. Some people in life are just not very good at being a people person. And that's okay. I'm one of these people. I'm not a very good people person. But there's a limit. There's a limit to how much you can be like, I'm like an introvert, therefore. No. Sometimes you just don't consider people at all. More of a dog person. No, that's fair. Yeah, well, as I said, like I wouldn't personally keep a person as a house pet, I guess, is where that was going. Look, yeah, do we get it there? Who needs people? I'm a self-described hermit, so I absolutely abide by that. It's not fully true, though. I highly, highly, highly recommend getting out and socializing at least sometimes. You wouldn't mind a new pet? If you did get one, what would you go with? I think I had in my head that I'd probably want something exotic. Like, oh, I'd go for like a flying squirrel or something. But the more that I've interacted with a cat, I think I would just like a cat, I reckon. I think. Need people to need you? That's fair. That's fair. I mean, humans are social creatures. It goes with the territory, right? And we have bananas as pets, specifically frozen bananas. I'm sure you could. In the same way that people have like chia pets, right? And like pet rocks, stuff like that. Banana pet, new up and coming craze. Gaslit yourself into thinking that you wanted a bird and then remembered they suck. I mean, birds are not too bad. The problem is birds are very... I suppose it's the case with any pet. It's not specific to birds, but how much you enjoy having a bird as a pet would just come down to what the personality of the bird is that you get. Because you might have like a super vocal bird that's super active all the time, and that might get on your nerves. Or you could have like a super quiet bird that chirps occasionally and super chill. A chicken. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Cats are good. Want to be friends with crows? I don't think I'd be able to deal with a bird just because they require quite a bit of attention. Hence why cats are so appealing, right? Is because we'd just be able to kind of ignore each other. Once saw somebody have a banana on a leash walking in the old town a city used to live in. True story. They were dragging the banana around. Incredible. Were they referring to it? Were they like actively in conversation with said banana that they were dragging around town? That sounds incredible. Also a little bit scary. And put some googly eyes on the frozen banana. Oh, you've got to. I mean, talking about personalities, you got to. Even if it, like, surely, if you were to get sea monkeys or something, the little krill pets, whatever, you'd need to name them, give them little voices and stuff. It's half the fun. Hi, nice. How you doing? They're loud and needy and live forever. Again, kind of depends on the bird, but if you're talking like a lorikeet, a cockatoo, a toucan, that sort of thing, then yeah, they're gonna outlive you. Parrots are very long-lived. No conversation with the pet banana. They were speaking with the friend that they were with, at least for the short time that you'd noticed. That's maybe the most surprising bit of the scenario that you've just explained to me, that they were with friend. Good. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. I've had a few different pets over the years. Fish, yeah, fish is kind of like that standard. Your parents are kind of testing the waters, like unintended, I guess. Where they're like, oh, you know, is my child responsible enough to? No, let the fish die. No, not responsible enough to have a pet yet. So had fish, hermit crabs. Had hermit crabs for a little bit. Speaking of birds, we had budgies for a few years. We eventually did pass them on to a new home just because we were realizing that as we were moving into teenage years, we weren't looking after them in the best of ways. So best to move them along to a household that can look after them properly, you know. Please enrich your banana environment. They get bored. you gotta introduce them to people, you know. No, but they were super chill. It was essentially like our mum was doing the majority of the looking after the bird, and it was getting to a point where she couldn't spend as much time looking after them. So then dog for a little bit, but that was before we had to move house. So again, we needed to move them on to another home. Because where we were moving to didn't allow dogs, so tough, but is what it is. And then cat had a cat for the first time 2 years ago, I think. Really enjoyed cat. So I think if I were to, cat is now with previous housemate. So if I were to get another pet, I think I would go with a cat again. It's just difficult, you know. If you're in a smaller place, like I wouldn't. As much as I want to get a dragon, as much as I want to look after a dragon here, it's just not happening. There's just not enough space here, you know. This has gone from Randall from Monsters Inc. to just Nightmare Fuel. I take that as a compliment. Thank you, Liv. Okay, before I sit here rendering each of these items of furniture, I need to keep expanding out. What's the next one? Another little object down here. Hope you're doing well, Liv. Had your cat easily around 15 to 17 years. Now you're kind of lonely again. I'll probably reach that point soon. It's just because it's been so recent that the move happened. I'm still kind of reveling in my intentional loneliness, but I'll reach a point where I need a bit of company, you know. Coming down from a gnarly migraine, unfortunately. Ugh. Do you know what set you off? I used to get migraines something fierce in high school, and it took me a while to figure out what did it. Sullivan? I mean, yeah, it seems pissed. You've seen more people have rats as pets? Probably never a rat, but I have considered a ball python. A ball python as a pet would be kind of cool. Somebody recommended another type of snake as well, because apparently ball pythons can tend to like decide to go without food for a little bit. It's perfectly healthy, but they just decide to do that. Get a ragdoll cat, they're the best. Well, yeah. From my interactions with a ragdoll cat, very cute. Hognose, yeah. Was that the name of the snake? That doesn't ring a bell. Unfortunately, you're chronically ill. They come with chronic sinuses, sinitis, and chronic fatigue. Ugh. Sorry to hear, bud. So it's just a case of dealing with them when they happen. Hognoses are the snakes that play dead all cute-like. Hey, little buddy. Again. I was fooled again. Snake. Oh no, just playing dead. Completely fine. Would be great to see me on stream, lift up a floof and just hear in the distance, my son! I mean, whatever I would get as a pet would be my son. Can confirm, ragdolls are very cuddly, but they're one of the those purebreds, so bad eyesight and bad teeth, trouble maintaining their coat come with them. Yeah, I mean that's always going to be the case with like specific breeds. 16-year-old ragdoll has 2 fangs. 2 fangs and a dream? I mean, 2 fangs is all you need. If Dracula has taught me anything. You'd want rats if they lived longer. You just really don't think your heart can take short-lived pets? Yeah. Can confirm he downs dry fruit like nobody's business. See, that's what I mean. Hey, Hev, come to eat my food. It does not realize what a bind it is in, for I pounce. One piece of kibble. 2 pieces of kibble. Lots of pics of him in the stable in Discord. Bear is an absolute cutie. Highly recommend going and having a look. Very, very cute. The most innocent looking face of all time. Bats are cute. Dogs are of the sky. I struggle with bats actually. I've been to like animal sanctuaries and stuff where they have animal ambassadors and things. There was this thing like a hall of bats or something where you could walk through a tunnel, and they had enclosures, but it was all open, almost like those big butterfly rooms, but that with bats. Oh, that was. I think it's the fact that a bat could get stuck in my clothing or in my hair. It's just too much. It's just too much potential stimulation that I just wouldn't be able to deal with. Bats are like the only animal in Australia that have rabies. Yeah, exactly. Although, to be fair, in Australia, rabies probably bottom of the list of things that you need to worry about. Like, oh, don't touch that plant or else you want to chop your arm off. Rabies is pretty bad. It just dawned on me. No, we're still talking about the rabies, capital T, capital R. Want to stick something to an air? No. The opposite. How you doing, Al? Smell of their caves are gnarly, but otherwise adorable. I think I'd be okay with a single bat. Obviously, checking to see that it doesn't have TR, the rabies. But if it doesn't, I'd be more open to it. It would be difficult to look after, and also I don't think I'd be capable of giving it like an interesting enough life given my tendencies. I'm not one to I don't have a place where I can build like a large outdoor enclosure or something. They are best off in the wild, I think, rather than hanging out with a lormy. Gina Reinhardt, more of a danger to your girl than that rabies. True. That and drop bears. Got today off, luckily. Last night was stressful. You good? You're okay? You don't have to go into detail if you don't want to. Just wondering if you're doing okay. What do I turn this into? What is this? What is this? What is this? It's not a shape. It's not part of table. Do I get rid of it? Right? I get rid of it. I get rid of it. Bad shape. Yuck. Condemned. Banished. There we go. Much better. Oh, you hate geometry? Yeah, well, I mean, in this particular instance. Now that I've got some of my later time zone viewers in, I did have something that I wanted to run past everyone. Supposed to deliver something. The content person didn't pick up. Door wasn't answered. Then 10 minutes after you got home, your phone exploded with, "Where is it? I needed it now." Ugh. Yuck. That's horrendous. I'll be arriving between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. If you're not there, then the parcel will have to... It's 1:15. Where are you? Piss off. Sorry to hear that you had to deal with it. I'm glad that you did get the day off. If I want to freak myself out with big bats, look up golden crowned flying fox. Ooh, don't get me wrong, I don't have a phobia of bats. I have a phobia of interacting with animals. Let's have a look. Golden crowned flying fox. Nope, that's not golden crowned flying fox. Ooh. Cute. Very cute. Again, I would probably be stressed the F out if they're huge. If I had to interact with one on the fly, pun intended. But if it was our friendly guy who was tested to be free of the diseases and I was introduced to them in a controlled manner, I'd probably be fine. Called 2 hours earlier and they said, sure, someone will be there. Well, then you've done literally all of your due diligence. It's just on them then. Ugh, yuck. Look at their round eyes, so friendly. Yes, but I have trust issues just in general. Turn it into an animal and crank it up to 11. If that thing walks around on hind legs, it'd be cursed. Thank you for reminding. Thank you. So here's the thing that I wanted to run past you guys. I'm considering giving myself more time in an evening on a Tuesday and a Thursday. So at the moment, hi, Snow, welcome in. We'll put a timeout on that conversation. We can talk about it later. Hi, welcome in. How'd you go? How was stream? What'd you get up to? Art, hell yeah. Oh, Katya, let me think. It was Katya, Morph, and Skull. Katya, Morph, and Skull, I've put in your new marks. So Skulls is up there, Morph's is there, and Katya's is there. I still need to work on like the exact brightness of things, but no, I'm happy that I finally got around to them. I still need to do Hulmies, but yeah. How'd you go, Stowe? How was stream? Did you have a good time? Stream was fun. Struggling with drawing a moose. Oh, I don't think I've ever done meese before. Did you eventually crack it? How many marks are left? I think so. I've got one that I still need to do, which will most likely go here. Then beyond that, we've got room for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe. The rest of them are going to have to be embroidered after the one that goes there, I think. You made it have buff arms? Hell yeah. We stan our buff mooses. If you've got any work that you'd like to share with everyone, Snow would love to see. It was a very amusing stream. Very good, Brigged. Very well done. Well done. Oh, you win. Show us moose. Yeah, yes, please. Said the Gen Z numbers. Did I? Oh, because I was just counting. Whatever. Welcome in, everyone. If you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy illustrator, so I do scenes, landscapes, characters, portraits, creatures, most things. If you enjoy fantasy art, you might enjoy it here. Welcome in. Also, before I forget, Snow, if you have to dash to bed, or if you've got other commitments that you need to get to, or if you just need to crash after stream, food, water, decompress, whatever you need, please sort yourself out ahead of anything else. So I'm more than happy for you to just dump art and then run if you gotta. I'm happy to have you in the meantime, though. You'll send a reasonable and frustrated muscle arms version? Yes, please. I would love to see it. In terms of what we're working on today, I have this character named the Bone Collector that lives beneath our feet here in the tavern that I've done a little piece about heckin' ages ago. This would have been about a year ago at this point, as part of a now out-of-date infographic. But I wanted to do a full portrait for it for the longest time, and I finally set aside a bit of time to work on it, so I'm enjoying it to the fullest. I hope everyone's doing well. To continue, the lighting is tasty. Thank you. No, very much so. It wasn't going to be so intense initially, but I kind of like it, especially given how silhouette-y it's turned out to be. I'm happy to lean into it, very much so. Ooh, 16 is not bad. It's shared. Very work in progress. Let's have a look. Work in progress is fine. Oh, I saw you working on this before. Ha ha ha. I will admit that I didn't stop to process. I saw that you were working on animals. I did not piece together moose, but that wasn't because it's not deemed to be moose, simply because I just didn't have the brain at the moment, at that point in time. But it's looking good. Let me appreciate the things that you've actually said so far, and then I'll go on to appreciate things that are absolutely unrelated. It looks like a moose. No issue whatsoever, but I can also see where a lot of the difficulty would come from. Moose antlers are incredibly intricate. Having to do moose antlers at perspective is well done. Well done. Well done is what I'll say. Because good lord, I could never. It's looking good. It's the moose leggies that are the... Yeah, no, I can see that. I could, no, but it's tough. You'll get there. You'll develop it. Button. Thank you, Bottle. I appreciate it, bud. How you doing? It's been 10 months. Sorry for yelling directly into the microphone. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. Lovely work. Foreshortening challenge. Yeah, foreshortening challenge for sure. But the things that I was going to compliment you on previously, before I needed to compliment you on the things that we talked about previously, is I love the environment that you've done. I mean, obviously that's the thing that I'm going to focus on because it's me. But I love the little the tree stub with the shelf mushrooms and the little sapling in the trees. It gives. Hello. Sorry. It gives a feeling of the scene. It's nice. Gives an ambience. What am I downloading? That was Mecha Chameleon for Saturday. 10 months on the sub. Must be over a year since we found me. Since you guys found me? Yeah, because I remember it being in, correct me if I'm wrong, either April or May last year. Yeah, well into a year at this point. Screenshot sound, no, I swears. It's from the Long Dark. Ooh. Achievement unlocked, yeah, achievement get. Receive amazing artwork. Sounded like a straight, yeah, it was. It was a download. It was, yeah, something along those lines. Very big moosels on the moose. Thank you for sharing, Snow. I really appreciate it, bud. It's looking good. You've got, pardon my choice of words, but good bones on this one so far. It's going to look good, I reckon. Long Dark is so beautiful. It's like a watercolor painting. Trying to wreck you. The Long Dark. Is it a game? The Long Dark. Survival video game. 2017. Yeah, cool. Ooh, it is pretty. Hello, environments. Before I get distracted, let's close that. It's survival crafter, yeah, fair. Snow has a second piece in that same post. Oh, does she? Did they? Ah, yep, no, you totally did. Oh, yeah. Phil, you're complimenting the guns on this moose, right? No, David. Sorry, David was complimenting the guns on the moose. Check out the strength on this one. Whoa! Some very rough moments. No, if a game's cover art depicts somebody in the foreground looking out over a sunset, with like a hunched posture, I'm going to assume that it's going to be a sad game at some point. It's a flex off. A one-sided flex off by the looks of things, but yeah. Just so that I don't forget what I was talking about before, I did mention that I wanted to run something past chat just to get feedback. It won't necessarily change my decision, but I'd like to be aware of where everybody is at in terms of what I do. Tuesdays and Thursdays are currently my early stream. Early, I start at 3:30 and go through till 8:30. But I'm wanting to create more of a pocket in my evening. So I'm at the moment strongly considering moving those streams earlier still. So instead of starting at 3:30 and going through to 8:30, it would instead be a 2:30 start through to 7:30. So it would be ending an hour earlier than it usually does, is what I'm considering at the moment. And I want to know how disruptive this will be before I do it. Because at the very least, I want to know how much of a shockwave I'm creating. Steam is tempting to you with Destiny 2. Played it when Blizzard owned it. Don't know if you want to restart playing it. I started replaying Destiny 2 a couple of weeks ago, and it's a very good time. They fixed a bunch. They haven't reintroduced a bunch of the content that they've pulled out of the game, but they've fixed a lot of the systems. Everything runs really smoothly now. There's not a bunch of unnecessary grind. All of the content is relevant. It's not like only the current content is relevant and 90% of the game is irrelevant. They've done away with all of that, so it's a way better playing experience now. If that works for me, that's fine by you. Okay. I'm increasing my stream hours across the board, so like it's not, if anything, number of hours that I'm live for everybody should go up regardless of where I move my streams. But yeah, I want to be cognizant of it, so I'm not just like making big sweeping changes. Everybody be damned, you know. Lots of animal stuff is a little rough here. You appreciate the why of the game. the art director and direction is very immersive in a way. Can't handle playing, but you're enjoying watching. Within reason, right? Because that's the issue that I had with Avatar 3. Spoilers for Avatar 3, kind of. I'm not really going into some of the plot. I'll allude to it though. A lot of animals in Avatar 3, James Cameron's Avatar 3, get Yoshi'd, and it seems callous. It doesn't seem like it's part of this overarching feeling of like, oh, the environment is getting affected by, but no, it just seems like, oh, we've got to put our characters in danger, but we can't have the characters die, so therefore all of the animals die instead. It just horrendous, absolutely horrendous. So I get what you mean, where it can be impactful. It can be like a really effective grammatical full stop, or piece of exposition for how you should be feeling about the story is if something tragic happens. But to a point, that's really awful. Yeah, agreed. I was laughing in the movie, not because I was finding it actively funny, but because I couldn't believe how often they were doing it. Got a little worried when you joined Twitch and Bone Guy wasn't the thumbnail for the stream. Guessing I just did a 5-minute sketch. I don't believe I've done any fun 5-minute sketches so far. I might have been off on a tangent, might have been ranting about something. Giving it a second chance is probable. Well, given that there's not going to be new content, there'll be less of that FOMO, at least for me. I never like the seasonal structure of anything. As soon as you tell me, yeah, we're going to introduce something for 3 weeks and then we're going to pull it away, I'm immediately not interested in engaging with that piece of content. Same with things that are like, yeah, so this season will be active for 3 months, or this season will be active and present for the next year, and then we're taking it out. As soon as you introduce something like that, I'm tempted to just walk away. How you doing, Hannah? Stepping away for bedtime routine. Do what you gotta do. Okay, let's go through and add in some larger objects here. I reckon we can add in perhaps a table or a dresser or something. You're a WoW player of 20 years, used to things being pulled away after a certain time. But that's the thing is, I could see a timeline where I'd get used to it. But as soon as I saw it happening, I decided to tap out. Your missed things, yeah, I understood. Especially if you're super invested in something ahead of time, and then they switch to that model, it's difficult to disengage. That's fair. That's the thing, right? I feel as though I feel like for me personally, it's a healthier decision to step away from FOMO mechanics rather than shrug and put up with them. Cat pooped all over the couch. Had to give her an emergency shower before heading to the office, but at least you're wide awake. Whew, yeah, no, nothing wakes you up quite like an animal emergency first thing. Yeah. Glad to hear that you're doing okay, though. If it's disposable, has no value. That's how I felt. Was that because that's what they would do. They would say, okay, this new plot point is getting introduced, and it's only going to be around for a year. That's essentially communicating to me that that plot point doesn't matter. It's functionally useless because you're going to make it so that in a year's time, let's choose a different color. In a year's time, if I come back to play, my experience won't be affected by this thing that happened in the past because they removed it, right? Like, you're communicating to me that it doesn't matter. And it very quickly becomes, if that piece of content doesn't matter and that piece of content doesn't matter, and we keep going, and it's a chain effect of like 50 pieces of content in the game don't matter, it's difficult to care about the game at that point, you know? But because they've stopped producing content for it, no more FOMO stuff. So therefore it's evergreen. Everything in the game is going to be in the game forevermore. Okay, now we're talking. Welcome back, Katsuya. Thank you for the kind words. The perspective and anatomy struggles can be a lot. Yeah. You just have to figure out how realistic it should be given. Realistic it should be given that you tend for cartoony. Yeah. No, there is a balance. There is. What you could try doing is... You could look at what you've done with the cat character in the same scene and deduce, I will treat the moose in the same way that I've treated the cat, in the sense that like the anatomy is more, what's the word? Anthropomorphized, so maybe I lean into that. Or it's wearing clothing, so maybe I put some clothing onto the moose or something and, you know, keep it a little bit more loose that way, you know? It's incredibly literal, the two things I've just listed, but I feel like you know what I mean. The moose is loose, no. Hi. Hi, Noodles, how you doing? How was stream before? How'd you go? No one wants that, yep. Now, here we go. Beautiful. Okay. It was great. Invoker is fun. Modded Terraria with crowd control is amazing. Had a blast that stream. Cool. Mods are beyond me. You could describe in detail how they work, and I've got absolutely no clue. But I've seen modded content that is enjoyable, and I get the gist of the amount of enjoyment that you can get from a modern experience. I'm glad that you had a good time. Looking for references and found a sign that said, "Please don't let moose lick your car." How does one stop a moose from licking a car? Well, about stern words, I tend to feel. Stern words tend to do it. Just popping in before going rollerblading. Enjoy, homie. Thank you for stopping in for a second. Enjoy rollerblading. Stay safe. Have a good time. In other more productive news for you, your daughter has taken an interest in microbiology, which is amazing. Love that kind of stuff. Hey, yeah, cool. Highly recommend if I can do it. Highly recommend. Sure, Miss Fire. Highly recommend Miss Fire's stream. She does a lot of crochet work, but also on Mondays does a lot of like microbiology, looking at samples and stuff. It's heckin' cool. It's really cool. Really good time. Mods are beyond you too. Had bosses spawned on you. Oh, gonna start inching to bed All good. Thank you for raiding in, Snow. Always a pleasure hanging out. Water spray bottle? Yeah. You got to. Gotta keep the boosters in their place. Microbiology streams are freaking awesome. Yes, 100%. Highly recommend. If you haven't followed her, quick and easy. Boop. Click on a button. Easy done. You won't regret it. Thanks for being a cozy landing space as always. Thank you, bud. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in with cozy energy. Look after yourself. Sleep well. Every time I go to start working again, my immediate knee-jerk reaction is, oh, I got to start rendering the bone clock. No, I have to eat my vegetables first. Ho-hum. You mean like 5 bosses spawn and you were hosting a crowd control lobby, which allowed said boss to also spawn on the people you're playing with? So there were 15 bosses in total. Did you survive? No. Yeah, no, it doesn't sound like something that you could waddle away from. No. Boss spawn on me just by itself. Just the one. Just a boss spawned on me. A single boss spawned on me is usually the death knell. Like, at that point in time, it's GG's. I'm glad to hear that you had a good time with it, though. That's fun. I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do it. That many people playing, combined with incredibly hectic mechanics, I think I would. I think I'd melt. Plan to do Elden Ring at some point with CC. Oh, no. I tried. I've told my Elden Ring story before. I tried playing Elden Ring because I like a lot of the themes in Souls-like games. In Souls games, I really like a lot of both the visual narrative themes of decay and appreciating life, and a lot of really cool themes. But the gameplay is just so unenjoyable for me because I'm the type of person who really enjoys a lot of fluid movement. So think like your Kingdom Hearts, think that's it, exclusively Kingdom Hearts. But that sort of gameplay, right, where you move around without restraints. You get to link all of your movement tech in together, like your Mario platformers, anything like that, Mario Sunshine, Odyssey, that sort of thing. Fluid movement, satisfying, being able to do whatever you want. Dark Souls and Elden Ring, it's the opposite, right? Where you are given a test of, hey, have you input the correct thing? If the answer is no, you die. If the answer is yes, you don't die. There you go. And it keeps asking that question over and over again. Have you input the right thing? Yes, no, cool. Yes, no, cool. Yes, no, cool. I don't enjoy that mini game as much. I enjoy the self-expression of fluid movement, but I understand the appeal of, if I do the wrong thing, I'm punished for it. I get it. So I tried Elden Ring, trying to overcome this, to try and learn the appeal of the clunkier movement. And I was getting it. I got through a couple of bosses in little dungeons. I was killing the guys all over the place, having a good time, leveling up, getting items. But then I interacted with a little cube in a corner of the map. I went up to the cube and I went, what's this? Whoop. And it then teleported me to a new map that was not connected to the previous map in any way, shape, or form, and told me nothing, and just went, you're there now. I then walked outside of the little cathedral that it had teleported me to, and it showed a big expanse with a giant Tengu style, like, bird goblin statue thing next to me that would one-shot me. There was also a bridge with a dragon thing on it. No save point bonfire things to be seen in the vicinity whatsoever. And I went, Cool. No, this is good. No, this is a good time. I uninstalled pretty shortly after that, but I commend myself for at least getting to that point. You know. You're watching OpenSet, who focuses on it. Super intelligent guy. She's seen the soap expansion. Sat there watching it for hours, along with some other people. So you showed her the microscope and she loved the idea of it. Cute. Have I played /seen Mecha Chameleon? Yeah, I'm going to be playing it on Saturday with Luna Blom. She's put together like a little group and we're going to be playing it. It's going to be fun. I haven't played it before. I'm going to try and see if I can get a little bit of practice in before Saturday, but that's the plan. We could play sometime. Mecha Chameleon. Yeah. Well, I'll have it, so we could definitely play. Know exactly what I'm talking about, unfortunately. No. Spent early levels exploring Caelid because you're a total idiot and didn't think that you should go somewhere else instead of suffering. That was the thing. I was just enjoying moving around the environment, and as soon as it broke the continuity, as soon as it went, all of that exploring that you did doesn't matter anymore because you're in somewhere where you've got absolutely no grounding whatsoever. My commitment to the game sort of evaporated at that point, right? Like I didn't have an anchor anymore. It's not like I built up, because I'd built up like a degree of understanding of what my immediate environment was, and then all of that vanished and I was stranded without a paddle. So yeah, like I can understand the appeal to some extent, but I just don't enjoy games like that. To be honest, the way that you should play them is either build up a ton of experience in Souls games and then you kind of know what's going on, or group. Because I'm a scared little snail of a hermit guy. So I'm going to peek out of my shell on Saturday and see how it feels to be in a larger group. If that goes well, then probably down. But we'll see. I don't want to commit myself to something if I don't actually know yet. Thank you for the intended offer, though. I really appreciate it, bud. This can work there. But yeah, like all of my experiences with Twitch up until now have been, if I've done something with other people, it's been a very slow build up. Like, whoa, after a few months of talking with this person, we've agreed to do a thing. Hooray! So I'm throwing myself into the deep end on Saturday, see how we go. Reach out in mass around the time that you want to do it. As you have a front page next month? Got to prep for that first? Yeah. No, absolutely focus on what you got to do. But I appreciate the heads up. I'll keep you in mind. Is at the very least, even if I'm not up for like big group stuff on Saturday, like if I try it and I go, oh, I'm struggling a bit, at the very least I can maybe try and build up my stamina before the next interaction. It's good to push yourself sometimes, you know. But yeah, no, really enjoying getting back into Destiny nowadays. I can't play often, so I'm quite happy that the grind has reduced quite substantially. But what little I do get to play, I am enjoying very much so. Getting back into raiding this weekend. Going to try to do a raid on Sunday. That's going to be exciting. And we'll see how we go. Obviously, I'm a little bit sad that the game isn't going to receive support moving forward, but as I said, I prefer that it's in this state as opposed to when it's in its active state and it feels like half the content that's getting introduced is pointless. What's the term in sci-fi? Is it greebling? I feel like I'm greebling at the moment. It's that phenomena where it's a space station or something and they cover it in sci-fi things to kind of fill space. Cottagecore greebling. You put a lantern, you put a stool, you put a little tankard. Star Wars' original model maker term, you think? Really? I mean, it makes sense. Star Wars was kind of a progenitor for most sci-fi tropes in the industry. If not the original progenitor, at least the thing that made them popular. Made the original models from tank kits. Yeah, and apparently part of lightsabers and stuff were made out of plumbing elements. Like, I think part of Obi-Wan's lightsaber was made from a kitchen sink. Non-function details on a sculpt. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, if it's genre neutral, then I suppose this could be considered greebling in the truest sense. Other World War II model kits for surfacing. I mean, it'd be nice if I could just sample a bunch of scrap and be like, this goes here and this goes there. Make things substantially faster than having to think about everything. But I could probably do it too. How goes the art this evening? Yeah, good, Liv. It's just dawned on me. Does that mean we have 2 lives? I'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm not going to wrap my head around it for now. Hope you're doing well, Liv. Suggestive function. Had a rule that goes into that, into planet box, etc. Ah, right. So you kind of tell stories with the greebling where you go, okay, if you've got a connective thing here, it needs to connect to something else. It can't just free float. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Got an out of context Discord ping like 20 minutes ago. Really? That wasn't me, I don't think. Not that it bothered you. You gave the donation anyway. Huh. Yeah, no, that wasn't me. Not just noise. Break time? Yeah, break time. Okay. Sorry, it's been another hour, so I do need to step away for a little bit and do my stretches. I recommend that everybody who has been sat for the past hour or so, get up, move around, stay hydrated, grab a drink, grab a snack if you're hungry. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour. I'll see you soon. Be happy. Liv, I see exactly what you mean now. Hi, welcome back. Liv, I can see what you mean now. Yeah, no, that was other Liv. Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, confusion. Yes. It gave you a laugh. That's such a out of nowhere call out though. Like, look at my cat. Dear, dear. Thank you for being a good sport about it. I appreciate it, bud. No, don't get me wrong. Bear is an incredibly adorable cat, but also out of nowhere. Let's get rid of that highlight in the wrong layer. You'll send Pumpkin and Nyx later. When you get home. Oh, yes, please. Cat for cat. Yep. I see that you understand the rules. Here's the thing. I didn't used to be like this. I didn't used to be like, oh, let me see your pets. But ever since having a cat, I'm so invested in other people's pet activities. I don't know. It's very strange. I can't pinpoint it. I can't go, oh, it's because... Like, I can't place it on anything. I think it's, if I had to, if I was at gunpoint and it's, Bahali, explain yourself. I think the closest thing to an explanation I could give is now that I'm familiar with like animal personalities, like how much personality an animal can have, getting kept up to date with other people's pets sort of gives you a sense of what personality they have, and you're kind of invested in their personality more than anything, you know, I guess. Whereas before it's just like, look at this creature that I found. It's like, cool, but sure. It's different now. Things have changed. You can't say enjoying the art, Tavern. I've been... It's been... Oh, what was the... Somebody gave an incredible ratio the other day. It was 75% yapping, 25% art. I think that's accurate. I think it's been about that today. Must be a day for yapping. You're a bit like that today too. I mean, it speaks to good things, surely. Because whenever I'm tired, I'm not in a particularly chatty mood. I did sleep well last night. I predicted it. Yesterday during stream, I said, I'm going to go to bed early. I'm going to take melatonin. I'm probably going to remain awake until like 2 a.m. despite myself. But even still, falling asleep at 2 a.m. is far better than I have been as of late. And exactly that happened. I went to bed early. I took melatonin. I behaved myself. I stayed in bed. Like, I didn't get up. I didn't watch things on my phone. Nothing. Stayed frustratingly awake until 2 a.m. But then conked to sleep and I got really good sleep. So I can't be too upset. Yes, I didn't get to sleep as early as I would have liked to, but an improvement. We recognize improvements when they happen. We point at it and we go, that's an improvement. Yeah, B, driving? Yeah, drive safe. Drive safe. Okay, that part of the pile needs to be darker than it currently is. Let's go with this. Friendly reminder, remember to click the follow button or Mahali will ban us all. No, but but at the same time, here I'm torn. David, I'm torn. On the one hand, I want to correct the record. But on the other hand, it seems like you're having a lot of fun RPing with the idea of me being some sort of tyrannical dictator. So I don't exactly want to. Don't want to ruin your fun. All right, I'll play along. Yes, it is I, Mahali, the almighty beast of the wilderness. I will swing my banhammer, destroying civilizations with a single swipe. Wahaha. No, that I'm the Pit King in disguise. Yeah, I mean, as I'll agree to it if you can prove it. Mahali turned into a goblin. My final form. I told you, my final aspiration is goblin. Show you a photo of Mahali. Frick. What was I doing with this shape here? Ah, that's right. Table legs. Table legs sticking up. Okay. Let's go with a desaturated gray. Like, what layer are you? Oh, that's, yep. Good. I'm glad that I pay attention to my layers. Good job, me. Sarcasm. So much sarcasm. It has been another break though, so I should probably mention the things quickly. Thing 1. My test prints are in. I have all 3 now. And it's decision-making time. If you want to be involved in the decision-making for which art print format that I go with, you can head over to the announcements channel and you'll find all the details there as to what the 3 are, what they look like, what we're voting on, blah, 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 blah. The second thing is a little bit more complicated, but I can quickly walk us through it. If we hit 1,000 followers, I'll be reading a book on stream. If you would like to influence what book I'm reading on stream, you can find the vote for that, the poll, in General Chatter under pinned comments. So if you head over to pinned comments in General Chatter, it'll be the first thing that pops up. It'll be the poll. You can vote on it. Quickly check. Let me quickly check. It might still be a tie. Let me double check. Jump to there. I believe it's still, yeah. It's a 2-way tie between Frankenstein and Beowulf. So if you want to be the deciding factor, the deciding vote, you absolutely can. So that was the second thing. Third and final thing is in 6 days, we'll be celebrating Art Fair. If you want to participate, you still have time. If you want to get an entry in, you still have time. If you want the details for what it is, how to participate, what it means, blah, 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 that's in the Art Fair channel down the bottom. Easy done. Not a big deal. That didn't take too much time. Me. I always fret. I always fret like, oh, but if I tell people about things, it's going to take heckin' ages. Hi, Rosie. Hey, Dawn. Raid rolls an 18. Raid gains initiative. Streamers at a disadvantage for not being charming and fails at not being... Wait. No. I have to defend myself. No, give me a second. Hi, Rosie. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you got up to wonderful things. Welcome in. How you doing? But... Oh, it's Tavern adjacent. Yeah, welcome in. How you doing? How was stream? What'd you get up to? See, I would say no. I hope you had a good time. I hope you had a good stream. Let me double check. What were you doing? You were streaming art. Hell yeah. If you've got any work that you'd like to share with everyone, would love to see as a little bit of... Because you come in, you raid the place, you throw chairs around, you know, you get all your fun. All I ask in return is a little bit of art tax in return. If you've got anything you'd like to share with everyone, would love to see. Jack, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Thank you. Show the emotes. My peepers. I got peepers. Sneezy little owl in the corner. Yeah. It's just sleeping. But yes. One, if you do have something that you'd like to share with everyone, would love to see as a bit of art tags. That's the one thing. Second thing is if you've got a raid and run, if you've got to crash after stream, sleep, eat, drink, whatever you need, please do so. If you have to dump some stuff, like dump some art and then run, completely fine. Happy to have you in the meantime, though. Welcome in, everyone. If you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy illustrator, so I do creatures, landscapes, portraits, scenes, everything. All the different fantasy things. If you enjoy fantasy, you might enjoy it here. It might be a good time. You'll be having dinner, Misha. Yeah, yes, please. Hit us with the whip. Yes, please. Yes, please. Today in particular, we're working on this little critter here. I can't say it's big as a house. This guy is... It's called the Bone Collector. It lives in the pit beneath our feet. Yes, this pit, that one. It lives beneath our feet. I've had a little image of it for a while. as part of an outdated infographic. And I've wanted to do a full portrait of it for quite some time, about a year at this point. I've finally set aside a bit of time to work on it, so I'm over the moon, having a great time. Working on a small comic of a couple of characters that you'll be using in your future content. Ooh, let's have a look. Open link, yes please. Ooh, very cute. A creator after my own heart. How did you know owls? Who told you about owls? Who told you? Who dobbed? So cute, right? So good. So good. Love the environment. I just love how it's blocked in. I love a good little bit of trying to pay attention to something with clobbering going on in the background. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Rosie's is an owlbear. Well, okay, fair. You probably have more of a claim on owls than I do. Heck. Owls are delicious. You know of the greatness. Owls and owlbears are not the same. Racism. I mean, to be fair though, if I met an owlbear, I would not think, owl. I would definitely think of it as its own critter. There's no mistaking. You had a dream today that you adopted an owl? I would if I could. But the only problem is I wouldn't be able to give an owl, like, I don't know, an interesting enough time of it. The cave that I live in is a little bit too small for an owl, I feel. More platypus, really. Yeah. Hippogriff is also kind of along that same... Yep. No, I completely agree. Thank you for rating. I appreciate it, bud. Very much so. Is that platypus wearing a hat by any chance? Ooh. A hat of what kind? You can't just say hat. You will lurk and eat. Have a good stream. Thank you. I appreciate it, bud. Let me just double check something. Am I? I'm not. Quickly solve that problem. Guys, if you're not following Rosie's, easy solution. Quick, click. It's done. Sorted. Enjoy your lurk. A quest at this hour? I mean, we haven't had one so far this stream. Checking for food? Okay. You approach where the quest has been posted. With curiosity in your heart and a glimmer in your eye, approaching, seeking food. Jam the Bard is wanting a wacky portrait. I mean, it's not food. Jam the Bard is wanting a wacky portrait of themselves. It's Jam. His name's Jam, but it's not food outright. It's entirely up to you. Does this seem appealing as a quest that you'd like to embark on? And if so, which of the challenges would you like to commit to? I completely understand. It's technically not food. You'll take it? Okay. Well, let's read through the challenges then. Style, simple and clean. Technique, use basic shapes, squares, circles, triangles, etc. Detail, it might be their birthday, just in case. Gift wrap the portrait. You'll take all. Okay. Simple and clean, basic shapes, and gift wrapped. As you say that, style, technique, and detail begin to softly glow. The quill springs to life. Scrawls your name at the bottom of the page. and commits you to the contract. Good luck. Maybe not the detail. No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Do what you can. Thank you. Of course. Insert Bardic raid message here. Hi, Temptic. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for coming in with the others. How you doing? How's your day been? Been okay? Morning grenade. How you doing, bud? How'd you sleep? Work? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You don't have to share if you don't want to, but are you Northern Hemisphere or Southern Hemisphere? Because apparently friends up north have been experiencing a bit of a heat wave as of late. Hope it hasn't been too bad for you. You'll do a quest once the new pen arrives. Ooh, an Aussie quest? Hell yeah, we haven't had an Aussie quest before. Meltage? What was it before? 30, 35, 36? Ugh. Just a bit. Yep. I slept okay-ish. The heat here is unfun. Yeah. You love the music and sound effects that I've got going on. It's also cozy and chill. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it, bud. For the music, I jokingly say I made it myself. I did not. I absolutely did not. The majority of it is by Vinsvept. Highly recommend if you enjoy like fantasy instrumentals with actual instruments. It's a fantastic time. The sound effects, though, I can actually claim ownership of. The vast majority of them I've made myself. Including this one. It was a lot of me slapping paper, to be honest. I think it was three different paper noises all stacked on top of each other. Best for... I would even be hesitant to call myself a Foley artist, let alone best Foley artist, but I'll take the compliment. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow, Tempted. Welcome in. Even if it's just paper slaps, it's still cool that I did it myself. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's fun. It's fun. Although I will say, it does set a precedent that I'm a little bit terrified of. Because I do have a few things that I would like to do for stream that are ambitious. Ambitious is probably the word that I'd like to use for it. Incredibly ambitious. And then that subsequently means that I need to do the sound effects for those ambitious things, which makes the sound effects ambitious as well. So we'll see. We'll see how we go. No promises. Like to overthink things, especially art. Might get something complicated. Oh no. Complicated art. The worst. I'm absolutely down to witness complicated art. It's a wonderful time. There's an artist that I follow on Instagram called BlueNet, Blue Pen Net, Blue something. And they do like Gundam drawings. So they depict Gundam as if they were the size of several skyscraper with all of the greebling and stuff on them. It's heckin' cool, incredibly complicated. Much appreciation for it. It's something that I'm personally incapable of doing. This is about as complicated as it gets for me, is the stacking of these random bits of furniture. And even this I'm struggling with. Oh, good Lord. I miss how you're doing. Sorry, that good Lord was not because of you. I mean, kind of, in the sense that, thank you. I appreciate it. How you doing? How was stream? What'd you get up to? Dishonored? Yes, the Dishonored stream continues. Hell yeah. How far did you get into it? Might as well join the fray. Yeah, welcome in. Welcome in. Lemon, Aiden, Miz. It was finished. You finished? You blasted past me. Did you go for... It was just the story clear, yeah? Makes sense. Makes sense. Did you have a good time with it? And I guess, was it your first time playing through as well? I don't think you said last time whether or not it was your first playthrough. It was not. Fair. Fair. I hope that it was fun. You know my usual spiel at this point, Miz, but if you've got work that you'd like to share with everyone, would love to see. But otherwise, if you've got to look after yourself after stream, I insist that you do so. You'll be doing 2 next game stream. Hell yeah. For those curious, when will next game stream be? Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, unsure. Okay. I will, people who are interested, including myself, will keep their eyes peeled. Mayhaps tomorrow art. Oh, exciting. I loved your previous piece. I loved your previous piece. Not to imply that I haven't loved your previous pieces, plural. But the Blood Lake, Yggdrasil tree, giant pyramids, eyeball, edge. So good. So good. Someone redeemed the expensive creature redeem. Ooh. This is the, remind me, this is the once per stream, once per person. Yeah, okay. Cool. No, very exciting. Very cool. Have they given you a sense of what they want yet? I mean, this one? I probably do. Yeah, this one. Thank you for sharing. It's so good. It's so good. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can actually see it properly. How sick is this? Yeah, incredibly tasty. Guys, if you're not following Miz, highly recommend. Fantastic. If you enjoy the vibes here, similar vibes over at Miz. Wonderful voice to listen to. Super cozy vibes. Horror games occasionally. Dishonored, maybe not a horror game, but definitely sort of that vibe. And then art streams as well. Fantastic time. Highly recommend. Give them a follow. But yeah, no, it's so sick. It's so sick. I think my favorite detail is going to be super unexciting for most people, but I don't care. It's this. It right is here. Is here. My favorite detail is this. Is the gradient lighting on the tree. It's super. It's weirdly specific, but I don't care. It's my favorite element to the entire piece. It makes it feel so ominous. So good. No, again, thank you for sharing, bud. We appreciate it. It's entirely up to you. Ooh. Bit of creative freedom. That's fun. Did I get confused? I must have. That's technically part of the lighting. You'll be depicting said person in full eldritch glory. Nice. Will be glorious. Yeah, I mean, I've come to understand that eldritch can mean a few different like tangential aesthetics as well. Because when I think Eldritch, I'm thinking exclusively Cthulhu. I'm thinking almost exclusively Cthulhu, but Cthulhu is just one of many. I'm keen to see what you do with it. Eldritch is not just not one. Yeah, not just one aesthetic. Yep. But I was a layperson, you see. We are many, of course. We are legion. Where art thou? There we go. I've started messing with filters for the first time with this piece, and they still mess with my brain. You are the Eldritch Cat. I can see that. No, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Are you the spoken of person? Is it your redeem that's going to be done next time? Next time, yeah, fair. I didn't think to check the cost of the. I keep burning through all my points. I keep burning through all Miz's points. Miz has a voice to text redeem that I will admit that I partake. I do partake, and it is a good time. But also, I need to build up my points. The TTS gets abused. Yep. Guilty. Wilford especially. It's just fun. It's fun to have a voice say something ridiculous in an olden Texan voice to text something redeem. Lot of us. True. You should add more. I mean, only you can make that call. This patch of fur too shiny. Also, spending time on. I should not be spending time on the bone collector. I need to move to the pile. Okay, so if that is a leg there, what is that? What is that? Is that thing? Or is that not thing? I think it's not thing. In which case, sorry, this... I was getting mixed up as to whether or not a silhouette was an item in the pile of rubbish, or if it was part of one of the bone collector's legs. And it was in fact neither. I had made confusion. We still on for the thing on the 27th? Yes, we are. Luna's just made the group on Instagram, but I'll get the details for you and send them through after stream. As soon as I'm out, I'll get them for you. Would appreciate, yeah. Oh, of course. She's been ill for the past couple of days, so things have gotten a little bit hectic, but we're getting there. Welcome back, Phil. How you doing? Have things gotten later in the day, but like good later, or is it getting hotter? Excited to know what this is. The 27th thing? Melting. Think you're now a gaseous state. Ooh. I mean, gaseous form is it's an incredibly sought after spell in D&D. Yeah. Haven't said anything about it yet. Fair. I'll keep my lips sealed then. Or melted rather. Ooh. Made it back with cat pics. Oh, hell yeah. I'll be taking a break again in like 10, 15. So as soon as I do, I'll give it a look. The heat hits peak at 4 p.m. in Ireland. That's not normal. The heat is not normal. Yeah, no. That's not normal at all. I think I was talking... I spoke about it yesterday. Peak heat is usually between midday and 2. So around 1 o'clock. 4 p.m. is nefarious. Yeah, it should be... Yeah. Peak heat over there is usually around 4. Really? To be fair though, at the moment for me, sunset is around like 5. So I guess I need to sort of readjust to summer. But even with summer, I'd say peak heat is usually around midday. If it gets hotter and hotter all day until you literally can't sleep unless you're butt-ass snaky, yeah. Peak heat should be like 3 to 5 p.m. Wait, what? Should... No. I mean, I guess it'd depend on where you are. I guess. You're so jealous. You missed the long nights. To be fair, though, on me, I had to get through the gauntlet of summer before you did. You disagree? The Spanish also did. Going through and receiving support from multiple groups. Harry down the street agrees. The entire YMCA, a couple of suburbs over, they agree. My local Coles, they agree. We're all in agreement. For you, it's normal around 3 to 5 p.m. To be honest, not just hot is just hot once it hits 35 by 9 a.m. Well, that's the thing, right? Is I feel as though once you hit 35 or something higher, the rest of it you're just uncomfortable. There are minute degrees of increased uncomfortability after that, but it's so slight. Rolling on the ground in 50 degrees, no, 50 degrees hits something special. There's something about it feeling like you're being hit with a death laser that's just different, you know? Like feeling 35-degree heat bouncing off of the ground because 50 is hitting you from above is like a special kind of hot. I have to admit. There's like it evolves at that point, you know? Strongly considering freezing some towels to use as a cold blanket. Yeah, no, do it. The old pillow in the freezer trick as well. To sun is a deadly laser. I mean, it quite literally is a deadly laser pointed from space. It is a space laser. Come to kill me. But no, it actually is for reals. I'm built like a bucket of milk. Like it's just you can't quite see because this lamp has like a bit of warmth to it. I am porcelain, absolutely white as white can be. Laser go bzzzt. We are so, but yeah, we the collective 30 is okay. Yeah, I'd say 30 is okay. It's hot. I don't like it because I don't like the heat. I'm at my happiest around 5 degrees. So 30 is not okay in that sense, but it's fine. Into the 40s, that's when it's like, ugh, I hate it. 50, I'm lying on a bathroom floor, just like trying to survive. Taking the full force of a neutron star, yeah. Yeah, that's what it feels like. If it's above 18, you'll be unhappy. Yeah, I that's me, like in terms of personal preference, but in terms of what my body can deal with, I'm fine up until like 38. Had to walk around outside underneath the town to not be murdered by the sun. Yep. Laser. But yeah. Should have stayed into the ocean a million years ago. Here's the thing. Now that's just crazy talk. The ocean? If we're talking, I'd happily die to a laser rather than live in the ocean. I mean, the laser at least is like a degree of being able to shield yourself from the laser. The ocean, once you're there, you're stuck. You're stuck in the ocean. Everybody knows if you go to the beach, you'd die. Your skin's close to translucent. You're almost blue. Well, then you'd understand the plight. 5 is a dream. Yep. It doesn't get down to 5 here. Very rarely it'll be a case of, oh, it was like 3 in the morning in the dead of winter and it scraped 5. Yes. 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 Hell yeah. It never does it. There's never just a status quo 5 degrees. You blind people? Hell yeah. Producing lasers of our own. For summer, it's okay. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You can't complain about 32 or like 30 or whatever if it's going to jump up to 40. It's all relative. Today was actually a perfect winter day, 22, and sunny with a light breeze, no rain. There you go. You're going to make a lot of people here jealous. You get sharks with freaking laser beams attached to a broken head. Exactly. And then you're running away from one laser to get hunted down by multiple. So no snow, absolutely none. Feels a bit lame. You whining about 38 degrees heat to an Aussie. No, Phil, we went over this the other day. 38 degrees is hot for most people. And it's all relative, right? If you spend 90% of the time mulling around, you know, the teens in temperature, once it jumps up to 38, you've like tripled your usual, you know? At that point in time, anybody's going to feel the heat. Every day you're thankful for AC, yeah. We didn't have... Back in my day, we didn't have air conditioning units in our classrooms. We had floor fans and we were satisfied. We would wait and pray for the fan to slowly turn in our direction. And once, the redeeming gust of fan to blow in our direction. Glory be. So glad. I'm so glad that I don't live in the age of no AC anymore. Oof. Rough. Heckin' rough. Maybe you should stop stream. I mean, would be good. Where was I though? Was I satisfied with the sliver of little wisp of wind? Absolutely not. But we would, because here's the thing, it's all relative again, right? Because in comparison to experiencing 43 to, a little gust of wind, we cried. We would cry and thank the Lord of Winds that we would receive that little bit of gust. Sharks that swim in the rivers, crocs that live in the sea. We have nettles and adders that folks never see. I mean, literally though, we've got What? Crocodiles are worse than alligators in every way, shape, or form. And form. We've got the deadliest shark, multiple. We've got we've got like the top 5 whatever deadliest sharks, like great whites, big, obviously, but we've also got bull sharks and tiger sharks, the most aggressive. Good time. We've got box jellyfish, because of course we do, blue-ringed octopus, stonefish, all the spiders, all the snakes. We've got scorpions, like centipedes, everything under the sun. You want it to be deadly? Do you want deadly animals? Well, you've come to the right continent. Literally everything under the sun. All the sharks, all of them. When you were in grade school, only had fans. Once you got to college and every classroom had AC, you could have cried, right? And it felt like you were stepping into the future. You're like, oh my God. Well, I mean, I can't speak to your experience, but stepping into an AC classroom in university for the first time was like, whoa, I've made it. Get small gust of wind. Please, my lord. I have some more. Please, just a little bit more. More? Don't forget platypus. Oh, true. Platypuses do have a poisonous barb. Tassie devils, yeah. Roos can kill you, disembowel you. No, it's a good time. Drop bears, yeah. Stingrays also. Yeah, I don't feel like I need to explain those. Everything. Literally everything. Magpies? The worst of the predators. Magpies. Cassowaries, I suppose, as well, could probably kill you. That's accurate? Good. Have I ever been swooped? Yes. I have a formative memory of I was on a road trip to visit my grandparents. And it was a big, long, like 5-hour drive. We'd stopped partway through to take a break, bathroom, grab snacks, whatever. And during that break, we had like a little picnic thing, right? Where we sat around, ate sandwiches, that sort of thing. And I decided to run around in like a stretch of field during that time. Again, I have a distinct memory of it being a really long distance, but it was probably just because I was small. But I'd strayed from the herd, so to speak, and was running around in this field having a great time. And I have this crisp memory of my grandpa sprinting in like a head forward full-on sprint in my direction, and I had no idea why. I was looking at him like, what are you doing, you silly goober? No, not that language, obviously, but like, what's going on? And then I could hear him yelling, and I was terrified, and I started running away from him because he was running at me yelling. But then it was as I turned that I noticed like this magpie that was like, and he swatted it away, because apparently in my naivete I had wandered into magpie territory while they were nesting. Who'd have thought? But yeah, I've been swooped at. I haven't been swooped and injured in the process. But yes, no, magpies are very, very, very terrifying creatures if you do the wrong thing. Don't take your seagulls lightly. Stolen ice cream sandwiches and the occasional bombing run. The amount of chips that have been lost to that of a seagull raid, too many to count. It was a rite of passage on the way to and from school. You think, yeah, yep. Took the entire fish from your boy when he was, oh, good lord, an ice cream following year. Sadness. You were carpet bombed by 2 or 3 flying in formation when he was in a pushchair. Very funny for everyone else. That feels coordinated at that point, surely, though, right? If you're hit with 2 bits of ammunition, that feels very intentional. He was untouched, thankfully. Maybe you should go to another beach. Just don't go to beaches in general. That's my personal philosophy on it. Only bad things happen at beaches. There should be there should be more of seagull-based mafia characters. Put the chips in the bag, and we're not gonna have a problem. Do we have a problem here? No, I didn't think so. Thank you for your business. Have a lovely stream and night. Gotta go sleeps. Look after yourself, Lemon. Thank you for hanging out. Sleep well. Bit of ammunition. I'm not gonna... I don't want to be crass. Stick to the forests. Exactly. Speaking of, did you see that earlier this year they had discovered the world's largest species of stick insect in Queensland? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Stick insects, just little guys, right? Not a problem. When they're the size of your entire arm, accident insurance, hand over what you got. Nothing might happen to you. Okay. Larger object here. What do we have? We're getting closer to discovering a living giant ant tree. Yeah. We found the world's largest stick insect. It was the entire forest. Can hear the magpies outside your window. Wonder how our magpies sound. Quite distinct. They've got a warble. What would I equate it to? Let me see if I can find something. Give me a sec. I can't describe. It's melodic. Kind of. I'll see if I can find Australian magpie call. No, it's all like, oh, this is the prettiest song a magpie's ever sung. No, just give me... Okay, so this is a video by Cameron Hutchison, an Australian magpie's called Please Don't Be Memes. Please don't be memes. Oh, there we go. It's almost like a combination between a string instrument and a woodwind instrument. Now find a Eurasian one. I mean, hey, that's only fair. Magpie call. This one's by Wild Ambience. Oh, strangely appropriate. Come on, work. Come on. Okay. Yeah, no, not what I was expecting at all. I was expecting like, oh, okay. What kind of music will your ones make? Yeah, no, okay. I can see our magpies being called musical in comparison to that. Your poor magpies. There it is, proper magpie. Yep. That's how British ones sound too. Yeah, well, I mean, because I've grown up with waking up to the sound of magpie calls. So that's what a magpie sounds like. Not that one, the other one. So I don't know. It's difficult to call it like beautiful. I guess. Like the UK bird that goes hoo hoo hoo, like that. Owls. That's why you said it sounded like a machine gun. I didn't see you mention that before, but I can kind of see it. Magpies sound like a team of 7 to 11 frequent your gardens and trees. Oh, that would be raucous to say the least. I think it's doves that sound better in Australia too compared to overseas. Do we have doves? I mean, we might do. We've got quite a bit of variety here, but I haven't heard of like Australian doves explicitly, you know? They're on the West Coast? Okay. I grew up in Perth, so I should know. But this will not be the first time that I've discovered something about the country that I live in that I really should have known beforehand. It's a wood pigeon? Yeah, okay. Definitely heard a dove then. Absolutely have doves. Yeah, okay. It's probably a thing where, as you've said, I'm familiar with it. I've never had a name to put to the face, so to speak. The next challenge will be figuring out how the shadow of Bone Collector is cast on the object. I think I can safely say that it's through here. You like how your magpies sound too? I think they're very funny. There. It's not that I dislike how they sound per se. It's more because we went from one to the other, that juxtaposition just caught me completely off guard. It's like going from beautiful like kookaburra laughing to woodpecker, you know, but poking around my Discords. Love how everything is themed with its own little description like a story. Thank you. I mean, hey, I gotta give an understanding of what goes on in the different rooms, you know? I appreciate it, but it'd drive me crazy. It probably would. Well, I mean, I say that. We've got a bird called 28. They're actually called 28s. They will occupy a tree and turn it into a noise complaint. It's not a good time either. They just screech. They just sit in the tree and screech at each other all day. It's a wonderful time. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. They're like little mini, similar to budgies, I guess. Friendly reminder from Harley to run ads and take a short break. Yeah, I should. Drives you insane. Have a flock near you. They compete with the pink and grey galahs. Yeah, galahs are equally noise complaint worthy. I should take my break. So we don't have pre-rolls for the last 40 minutes. What are they? SCPs? I mean, yeah, kinda. The little details are delightful. Thank you. I try my best. I do what I can. I wish that I could do more, but we'll build up to it. We'll build up to it over time. I need to take my break because it's been another hour. So I'm going to step away and do my stretches that I need to do. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around, grab a drink if you're thirsty, snack if you're hungry. I'm running 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the rest of stream. I'll see you soon. BRB. Hey, Safe. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome back. Hi, Safe. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. Ooh, before I forget. Skull, your little bat is embroidered up here, in the bar. Morph's symbol is on that shelf there, and Gotcha's is on this shelf here. We got there in the end. We have very limited real estate on the markings. If people want to get their marks in, we've got maybe 7. We've got maybe 7 spots available. One of them can be engraved in the wood there, but then beyond that, we've maybe got like 6 that can be embroidered in the sails above. We're getting to... Sorry, I don't like to lean into FOMO at all. Yeah. But I wanted a way that people could sort of mark their place in history a little bit. The Doodle Bob, yeah. That one was Bebop. That one was Bebop's. You now have 3 fans on your desk. Probably, problem is every time you walk away from it, it feels like a wall of heat. Yeah. You can get those like cold compressors that you like crack them and it creates like a cold effect in the gel. And you can put those on your arms, your head, your chest, your stomach, wherever you need it. I highly, highly, highly recommend if you're really struggling with the heat. Okay, let's get some of that dark paint on all these different parts. I think all of this would be lost to shadow mostly. I could go back through and pick up on some details if need be. Like even this arm, I think a lot of that would be unclear. I'm getting very close to Sunday at this point, having not done any I haven't done any prep for my D&D session that's upcoming this weekend. In my defense, I've been busy. Also in my defense, I've, in reality, probably prepped like the next 3 sessions already. But I haven't actually prepped this upcoming session. Like I know what can happen is like stuff is happening in the world or whatever, but I need to actually go through and prep descriptions and prep interactions and blah 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 blah. You're very good with the actual structure of the heat, like feeling the heat and stuff is fine. If it were to last like 3 months straight, can't do heat waves in week blocks. Yeah, no, I feel you on that. Yeah, going for, I don't mind. Here's my conclusion on heat. I don't mind heat during the day. I'm happy to struggle through it and do whatever I need to. I'll sit in a t-shirt and sweat and have a terrible time. Completely fine. As soon as I need to sleep in that heat, and then as soon as I need to sleep in that heat for an extended period of time, as you've said, multiple months, then we're getting into problem territory. I'm so eloquent with my language. Blah, blah, blah words. Body doesn't adapt and have a chance to get comfortable. I don't think I can ever get comfortable with like hot sleep though, is the problem. Regardless of the amount of time. If it just becomes, this is my life now, I have to go to sleep in hot, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I'm capable of adapting in that way. Yeah, I'm happy with the table legs. Going in that way, that works just fine. Fine by me. One late summer, August, was 1 month of 29 to 30 degree heat in the night, 40 to 46 in the day. Ugh, you know. No, I'm good. No, I'm tapping out of that. No, thank you. I will admit, there have been nights in the past where I have gone, it's too hot. I'm fine to get like 2 hours of sleep, and then I will be so tired the following night that I will then fall unconscious and not have to struggle with the heat. Do I recommend this strategy? No. Do I understand why I made the decision? Yes. All I have to do now really is go through and nominate silhouettes, I guess. So something like this where I just go through, yeah, that probably forms that kind of shape, that probably forms that kind of shape. As a teenager who liked the use of devil's lettuce, helped you sleep in the heat, yeah, fair. Not for me, but no, I see the appeal. That lettuce will help you sleep in almost anything. Yeah. Morning, Fuchs. How you doing? Color, Fuchs. Color, blam, blam, blammo. It's not quite there yet, but we're getting somewhere with it. You had insomnia. Worked for it worked for teenage you for some 20 years ago. Nowadays, won't touch it. Strong, very strong. I'm boring. I'm super boring. I'm sober in every way, shape, or form. Don't do coffee. Don't do alcohol. Although, no, that's not true. That's not true. I'm addicted to video games and Dungeons and Dragons. So, at the end of the day, who's laughing? You know. It ain't me. It's a serious condition. Doing okay? How am I? Yeah, doing good. Doing good. Can't complain. A lot better than Tuesday. Feeling good. Like the pea green in this. Have the kickoff meeting for the retainer today. Little nervous. Also so... Hey, nice. Yeah. I won't go into detail. But yeah, that is how I choose. Streamer is secretly addicted to gummy bears. Gummy bears would be a terrible time is the problem, because sugar gives me migraines. Although, no, but addiction is destructive. Therefore, no, okay. No, I can kind of see where you're going with it. Not that you're a letter. No, dude, you're fine. You're fine. You're completely fine. I'm not the type of person that tries to like shoehorn my morals into other people's skulls. Morals. Hi, scoundrel. Scoundrel. Hi, how you doing? How was stream? Welcome in. We were just chatting. And arting as well. I should probably art at some point, right? We don't snitch. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Hey all. How'd you go? What'd you get up to? You know what? I'm not touched. I've literally put my pen down anyway. Let me go over to the screen. How'd you go? How was stream? Did you have a good time? The usual, scoundrel. If you've got any tasty artwork that we can feast our eyes upon, would love to see. No pressure, but would love to see. And then the second thing, of course, is if you could look after yourself after stream, like eat, sleep, drink, decompress, go sit in a corner, like whatever you got to do that helps with your post stream. I recommend that you do it. No stress. Don't worry about me. But if you want to hang out, happy to have you. The stream was good. Glad to hear. Did a warg rider animation for Pantera's Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's sick. That's awesome. Yeah, if you have to decompose after stream. Yeah, no, if you've got any part of that project that you would like to share with everyone, would love to see. It doesn't have to be. If you've got any other work in progresses, if you've got any pieces from your body of work that you'd like to share with everyone, I'd love to see. Yes, please. You like coffee, green tea, nicotine these days? Or pretty harmless addiction? Yeah, in comparison, most definitely. Just playing, mostly use it medicinally though. Yeah, fair. Used to get bent out of shape early in your sobriety of people using the word addiction so lightly, but you quickly got over that. Think it's good that most people don't know the weight of the word, you know? It's a blessing for them. Yeah. He's agreed. Welcome in, people, if you haven't met me before. Sorry, I'm starting to wind down, so I'm a bit loopy. If you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy illustrator, so I do landscapes, portraits, creature design, character design, scenes, the whole gambit, the whole 9 yards. If you enjoy fantasy-themed anything, you might like it here. It's a good time. We talk about stuff, and we sometimes do art. Ugh. I'm gonna have like a tape on mouth stream or something, a non-talk chat. No, I could never commit to it. One of these days I'll be productive, but today's not that day. As someone who was called out on behavioral addictions by an ex who was recovering from chemical addictions, behavioral addictions are very real. Yes, but the way I was using it was very tongue-in-cheek. It was very cheeky, like farting noises, that sort of thing. Hope that works. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, I think Digi is asleep, because if he's not, he would absolutely... I love this too, but like Digi in particular would freak. How good is this? This is so cool, right? Right? scoundrel. I might be asking too much. But would you be able to post this in the Discord and share your art? Because here's the thing. I believe Josh is away currently and Digi is asleep, and they would both love this so much. It's so good. It's so good. As somebody who's trying to animate something at the moment, off stream, seeing how you've done the the fast move, disregarding for a second the animation of the creature itself, creatures themselves, just seeing how you've done the fast motion for the ground is so sick. It's so good. It's so good. You've done a wonderful job of not losing the readability of it as well. It's quite complicated in the silhouette. You've got a lot going on with the fur, boots with the fur, and like all of the facial expressions and stuff, and you don't lose any of it. It's all incredibly legible. You've done an amazing job. It's looking sick. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate it. The cheating in the background. Who cares? It does the job. That's so good. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it, bud. Sick as hell. Yeah. Incredible. You got back at the best time, didn't you just? Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, please look after yourself post stream, especially if you need to go grab food or water, whatever you need. But yes, to those wondering what I'm working on today, I should probably talk about it at some point. We've talked about everything under the sun. Sharks, drop bears, magpies. This here is the Bone Collector. This is a creature that we designed last year, that I've done a little version of as part of an outdated infographic of the Tavern. It's outdated, don't mind it. I wanted to do like a full-on portrait for it for a while for this creature, and I finally set aside the time for it, and it's all right, I guess. I'm having a wonderful time. I'm having a wonderful time drawing it. It's been too long. It's been too long since I've wanted to do it, so we're doing it now. Notice in the art showcase, the art from inside the boat with the big tentacle. Can I show that again? Oh, the Kraken piece. Yeah, I can quickly find that one. I should probably do the thing. This will be available as a print soon, as well as all my other prints. Composition is really good. Thank you. We worked on this when a year ago. Actually, this was Kai June last year. Yeah. Or what? Was it Kai June? It was about a year ago. It was about a year ago at this point. But yeah, no, I enjoyed this piece. It was fun. It's very good. Thank you. I enjoyed working on it quite a bit. There were some problems with getting it to look slimy, but we got there in the end. On the Bone Collector. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, enjoying it very much so. The flying fish in the background is kicking up at a bit of a storm. When you were young, the Bone Collector. When I was a young bone collector, your father took me to the pits to see the mounds of slime. The Bone Collector of legend. I need some brighter color things through here just a little bit to balance out the... Yeah, that'll work. Bring a little bit of green to here. There we go. That's piles of things. That kind of works. Still not 100%, but better than it was. Oh, I should probably mention, for those who missed it before, I have all 3 of my test prints in. I've mentioned it a few times across the stream, but it's news. So this was the final one. I showed the first 2 on Tuesday. This was the fine art print that I received today because I ordered 3 different test prints of 3 completely different papers. This is the fine art one. It's the one that I'm personally happiest with, but I took a photo of all 3 in the Discord, in the announcement section. If you want to let me know which of the 3 that you like the most, I'm keen to hear, because even if I go ahead with this one as the primary offering, I still want, like if lots of people want the glossy finish one, for example, I'd be tempted to then offer that as a secondary option later on. So I'd be keen to hear. Saying that I had all 3 of my testes. I mean, that too, I haven't lost any of them. You're wrong. It's all good. It's all good. We all... In fighting games, it's called an attempted read. And I can speak relatively comfortably saying that most of us have failed attempted reads before. Jumping to conclusions. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. This table I'm not happy with. I think I need a stronger light fall off because there's quite a big dramatic light fall off there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and dim it a little bit further up, and then I'm going to have it harshly drop. And then go into purple. And then in terms of sharing opinion as well, another thing, as a celebration of potentially hitting 1,000 followers. If we hit 1,000 followers, we could sit around this level. It's complete. Happily chat away with everyone until the end of time at this echelon. But if we hit 1,000 followers, I'll be reading a book on stream. We're voting actively on which book this could be. It's in general chatter under pinned comments specifically. So if you go there, I've made it a pain in the neck. I apologize. But if you do make your way over to that area, I am keen to hear what book you would prefer that I read. It's all from public domain, so it means that we're all good to do it. Plus, if we enjoy the entire process, if we enjoy listening to me reading a book, I'm not against the idea of doing it more often in the future. So basically what I'm saying is if you vote on a book that isn't popular, like if you vote on the 3rd place one or whatever, it could be that I read that 1/3. So your vote is not wasted by any means. Okay. I should start wrapping up because I have a Daggerheart game coming up in a few minutes. I should start getting ready for that at some point. Current song reminds you of a track from Legend of Mana. Ooh. I haven't played Legend of Mana, but I have played a few JRPGs, and it is reminiscent of, there was a game called Weiss? YS. I don't really have to say it out loud. YS. I believe it was the 8th in the series. Very similar music was part of that same soundtrack. Rhymes with these. Yeez? That makes it sound like Yeezys. Tavern music from earlier kind of reminded you of Hieronymus Bosch art music from Hell. We've got a bit of variety here. Nuts. You, David running from like three buildings over. I'm ready. I highly recommend listening to a lot of Vincep's music though. He's an absolute genius. I've tried looking for similar music to what Vincep does. It just doesn't really exist. There are people that do something similar with MIDI instruments, but nothing live. You finished the quest posting? Hell yeah. I'll give it a look. Let me know once you've posted. I'll give it a look. Hi, Cherry. Sorry, bud. I'm wrapping up in the next couple of minutes. Good to see you, though. I hope you're doing okay. I'd usually push a little bit later just to hang out for a bit, but I do have a commitment after this. So I do have to head off. Think you're thinking of Moonlight City Lumina? Song you can play for spirits and something else. It's been a bit. Ooh, let me quickly. Because I'm keen. I really enjoy Clockwork. Yeah, I really enjoy Clockwork, both part 1 and part 2. So if there's music that's similar, Moonlight City Lumina. Okay, let's quickly. Moonlight City Lumina. I've got that written as a note, so when I get an opportunity, I'll give it a listen. Doing better? You're just checking in anyway, no worries, fair. I'm glad to hear that you're doing better. Posted? Let's have a look. Two kobolds in a trench coat are wanting an expensive elixir. You decide the effect. Let's have a look. Phoenix Drought. For death and related ailments. Return the departed to full vigor within a period of 24 hours of life lost. Permanent loss of one's treasured memories causes occasional dreams of no known person. Candles may extinguish when entering new rooms. Better forgotten than buried. That's fantastic. That's so good. Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of those like newspaper adverts for tonics back in the day, where, because of course they couldn't photograph it and put it in the paper, they would do little illustrations like this that were realistic enough. That's what you're going for. Yes, heck, I nailed it. Snake oil salesman. Yeah. Really, really, really well done. I like how you've incorporated the shine in the glass. It's really difficult to do in black and white like this without it looking like overly gaudy, and you've nailed it. You have. I love the little bits of newspaper grain as well in the ink. Really, really, really well done. Super well done. Well done on completing the quest. It looks sick. All right. I should wrap up. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I hope you had fun. Yeah. Again, I'll just rapid fire. Vote on which prints that you like the most. Vote on which book that you'd like to hear me read on stream. And then the last thing is we're celebrating Art Fair in 6 days. So if you want to get a piece in for Art Fair and receive a VIP badge, you got a bit of time. You got a little bit less than a week. You got time. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. I'll see you soon. Bye, everybody. Bye.